regular meeting of the City of Rolling Meadows Planning and Zoning Commission at 6:30 p.m. Please silence your electronic devices. Staff, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Burchett.
Here.
Commissioner Faustine.
Here.
Commissioner Gerken.
Here.
Commissioner Leone.
Here.
Commissioner Modi is absent. Commissioner Bruce.
Here.
And Chair Buckingham.
Here. With 6 members present, I declare a quorum. On to the approval of the minutes of the prior meeting dated August 6, 2025. Any comments, corrections, or discussion from the commission? Hearing none, can I then have a motion to approve the minutes?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of August 6, 2025 for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Motion by Commissioner Gerken. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Furstein. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
All opposed, please state no. With 6 yeses and 0 nos, the minutes from August 6th are so approved. There are no items of pending business and 2 items of new business. The first being a public hearing regarding a special use permit for personal wireless services at 2121 Euclid Avenue, Cook County Circuit Court, Rolling Meadows Courthouse. The petitioner is Crown Castle AS LLC as agent for Verizon Wireless. This special use permit would authorize the expansion and operation of a building mounted install wireless antenna and associated mechanical equipment at the subject property. Staff, is the file in order and has proper notice been given?
Yes, it is, and yes, it has.
And I would also ask the record to take notice that Commissioner Modi just appeared, so we're at a staff of a full complement of 7 commissioners tonight. Thank you, Mr. Savage. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing in the matter and to enter the staff report included in tonight's packet into the record?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing for special use permit for personal wireless services for 2121 Euclid Avenue and to include a copy of the file into the record.
Motion by Commissioner Gerken. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burchett. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 7 yeses and 0 nos, the motion carries and the public hearing in the matter is now open. I would now call upon the petitioner to come forward, Crown Castle AS LLC, to present their petition. And we're recording, so come forward to the microphone, ma'am. And if you could please, we're going to also swear you in, so if you could please raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please speak into the microphone so we can pick that up. And if you could,
Yes.
Thank you. And if you could state your first and the last name, spell your name, and provide your business address for the record.
Christina Wilburn, Christina, Wilburn, Wilburn, Crown Castle at 3025 South Highland Parkway, 4th floor, Downers Grove, Illinois, 60515.
Thank you, Ms. Wilburn. We're familiar with the packet, so now is your opportunity to provide a summary or to provide any supplemental information that you choose, and then it's our opportunity to ask questions, and then we'll hear from the city, and then we'll hopefully be able to reach a recommendation in this matter. So please proceed.
Verizon is interested in increasing broadband coverage for the customers in Rolling Meadows and surrounding community. An agreement has been reached with Cook County to utilize the rooftop of the existing courthouse building at 2121 Euclid Avenue for Verizon's antennas and associated equipment. This is a desirable location because it satisfies Verizon's coverage needs and is already available for use alleviating the potential need to construct a new tower. This is a better arrangement for all concerned in that it allows Verizon to address the needed coverage without adding another vertical element to the neighborhood. The rooftop equipment will be installed using concealment shrouds, and that will result in a minimal visual impact to the public at large. The associated ground equipment to be installed on the southeast side of the building will also be concealed by a concrete wall and will be painted to match the existing building.
Thank you. Any questions of the commission, from the commission of Ms. Wilbur?
So the way I understand it, you have to remove some trees, but then you're gonna put trees back?
Correct.
That's my only question.
The visual barriers, so there's gonna be antenna on the roof and then some on the, or at least equipment on the
There'll be
ground.
some ground equipment, 2 cabinets, and then on the roof in 2 different center lines, there will be antennas.
So how tall are we talking about
It'll
in
be
either situation?
6 of them. Wait. Let me look. I think it's, no, I know. It's 9 of them at 54, and then the other 3 at 50 feet.
Okay.
So
and-
it will not go above the building.
But they're gonna be visually obstructed by
The shrouds and the concealment wall.
all the way for the entire length of,
Yes.
so that'll be a 50-foot, is that on, did you say on the roof?
On the southeast side.
So on the ground, it's
Yes.
50 feet, and then
On
on
the
the
roof.
roof,
There's nothing, it's all on the roof. 'Cause it's on the-
Okay.
Yes. There's nothing on the ground.
okay,
It's all on the roof.
I must have misread that.
Yes.
So it's 50 feet on the roof, but it'll be entirely
Yes.
obstructed?
Enclosed, yes.
Okay. Seems pretty tall. Okay. Any other questions?
The cabinets will be on the ground though, right?
No, everything's on the roof. The
Mhm.
cabinets will be on the southeast side of the roof.
Then why do we have to move the trees, just out of curiosity?
Well, you guys kind of require us to make sure that everything is covered, so we're gonna take trees out to just make sure we have enough room to put everything neatly, and then so that our trees it'll be neat. We
Okay,
don't wanna just be like squeezing things in between your trees and making a mess.
gotcha. Okay, just curious. Thank
Mhm.
you.
What would be a schedule of maintenance for these? I mean, how often would
For the
someone from
trees?
Verizon, have to go on the building to?
Now
to
that I am
sort
not
of
sure, but I can
maintenance?
definitely get the answer for you, so I'll write that down and get back to you.
Do you know how tall the building is currently?
I'm not at the top of my head.
Just trying to get a visual of what's another 50 feet on top of it.
I wonder if it's feet. I wonder if it's 50 feet.
Yeah, it's a good question. So is it 50 feet from the existing ground or 50 feet from the roof? From
Mr. Chairman, if I
the-
could.
Sure.
If you look at your packet, sheets A 2.1 and 2.2 are elevations of the building. They show that the main part of the building comes in at just over 47 feet above grade. But there's a penthouse that goes a bit higher, which I believe is where these antennas are proposed to be mounted. That can come up, as tall as, it looks like just over 59 feet according to the measurements here.
From the ground?
From the grade, yes.
Okay, so we're not
So it's
talking
only
about-
3 feet higher. than
Yeah,
the-
okay. That helps. Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Wilburn.
Thank you.
We may call you back up if we have follow-ups, but
Okay,
thanks for the materials.
Thank you.
Now, on to staff.
Certainly.
I would note that I think we only have 3 monitors working tonight, one on either side of the room, and then the big one in the back, if those are going to be needed at some point tonight.
They will be needed, but not for this presentation, just a relatively short verbal presentation for this case. I believe that this should be a fairly fairly quick application hearing for you this evening. So, and just to clarify, from the plans that we have received, there is in fact ground-mounted mechanical at the southeast corner of the courthouse structure that's going to be screened behind fences and vegetation screening. So Verizon have applied for a special use application for the installation of the wireless antennae and ground-mounted mechanical equipment. Typically, the zoning code treats all wireless antennae as kind of a single item. There are different conditions for freestanding antennae, but essentially ground and roof-mounted antennae are within the special use process as well, just to ensure that community kind of standards in terms of appearance and aesthetic appeal and screening have been properly vetted by the city, just to ensure that there is no particularly incongruent design regarding these types of antennae. So, as you can see from those elevations that we provided in the packet, the roof-mounted antennae and the ground-mounted antennae are fully screened. They should not be visible from the street line. Furthermore, there's also considerable buffering yards circulating the courthouse building there as well. So we really shouldn't see any particular intrusion in terms of its visual impact. We're not expecting any sound or other nuisances to be associated with this use either. Essentially, staff believe that this meets the standards of the zoning code, and we recommend approval.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Savage. Any questions, staff?
Are there any items that are gonna be on the ground that are valuable enough that there would be any vandalism? Like anybody trying to break into these to take copper wiring or anything like that?
So, I guess there is copper wiring within the various ground-mounted mechanical items. There is pretty considerable screening being considered with that. So I think it's unlikely that you'd see any outsized risk of vandalism compared to regular utility poles and things that are within plain sight in many locations across the city and elsewhere.
So it's going to be encased, so it's not
Correct.
tempting.
Yeah.
So visually, you wouldn't really see it.
That's correct.
Yeah, maybe this is a question for Ms. Wilburn, but in the findings of fact regarding the standards, it looked like standards 1 and 2, there were no responses provided, but rather just 4 and 5, or 3, 4, and 5.
Excuse me, just let me double check that.
Or they're listed as NA.
Yes. So our interpretation of this is that essentially that it's noting that there is no potential impact in terms of its impact on neighbouring properties, and that ultimately by using this shrouding and concealment, it is consistent with the overall building aesthetic, which are those two standards.
Okay, so the NA is the answer. It's not.
Essentially, yes.
This doesn't apply, or we failed to answer it.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay. Very good. Anything else? Great. Is there anyone here from the public that wishes to provide any comment on this matter? Please step forward, sir. If you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And could you please state your first and last name, spell your name, and provide your address?
Sure. Joe Safran, 2309 Central Road, SZAFRAN. In hearing this
Great.
tonight,
Please go ahead.
one of the questions I would have is, of all the buildings that they're choosing, would the courthouse be the best choice with security and stuff like that? I think for maintenance and installation and stuff like that, the courthouse already has a level of security just getting in. I don't know how they would access the towers for normal service or outages or anything like that. Have they looked at maybe staying on that property and putting it on the garage?
Any thoughts there, Mr. Savage or Ms. Wilburn?
There are agreements within the application that illustrate the access points. There are a few concrete paths that are designed purely for access to the mechanical equipment. I would say that fundamentally that would be between the applicant and the property owner, which is Cook County in this case, and how they access that, I would assume is within their relationship that would be negotiated.
As I was just thinking about it tonight, I think it would be more of a security type thing. Having
Certainly.
people going on top of the courthouse and in and out of the courthouse with everything else that happens in there.
Yeah,
I don't know if they thought about that.
that's a good consideration, and I couldn't answer that.
Okay, that's all.
Perhaps Ms.
Yeah,
Wilburn
it's
could.
a good question. It's not really something we're here to address,
No,
but I'm sure it'll
I'm just
get,
hearing about it
sure.
tonight, so it struck a
Yeah.
little note here and there.
I'm sure it'll be taken into consideration somehow.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else from the public? Okay. Oh, yes, sir. Come on up. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Please state your first and last name, spell your name, and provide your address.
John Lynch, JOHNLYNCH, 2202 St. James, Rolling Meadows. My street's gonna be the closest street directly adjacent. My backyard is between the courthouse and the northbound boulevard between the parking garage. I don't wanna sound like a weirdo. Well, what about the radio frequency radiation? Is that a concern? How close is it gonna be to our houses? And the other thing is, and that's, I know that's up for debate. The other concern of mine is this gonna have a negative effect on the value of my property? And I listened, how high is it gonna be above the roof line? Because I can see the courthouse from my backyard. I can see the parking garage from my backyard. How high is it gonna go up? That's all I have.
Was it 3 feet above the roof?
Yeah, so
Roughly?
the extent of the antenna or the shrouds that enclose the antenna were actually lower than the penthouse structure. So the height of the penthouse on the top of the courthouse is higher than the very top of the antenna. So from the roof line, I think it's about 6 feet.
6 feet from the visual.
I believe that's the case, yeah. I could double check that exactly for you.
And what about the potential health risks?
One moment. Director Cole, will you be able to
I read someplace where
answer that?
the optimum distance was supposed to be, if I remember right, 1,320 feet from residences, but don't quote me on that. That's all I have.
Yeah, I don't know as to that. I'm sure that Verizon and the county and the city are meeting all applicable regulations for an installation of this type. I don't know, Glenn, if you have any further thoughts there.
Yeah, I defer to the petitioner on the work they've done on that. I mean, there are some FCC standards, and they do, I think it's called a propagation study. We haven't reviewed one, I believe, in connection with this proposal, and typically we don't have the expertise to review those. That's part of federal licensing.
Sure. Anything to add, Ms. Wilburn?
I don't have the expertise to read the report, but we did get consent from Cook County, and we did have to submit an electronic energy radio frequency RFE in the report. So they have reviewed it and approved.
So it meets whatever
It
applicable
meets all
standards
standards.
for radio frequencies around people,
Yes.
whatever that may be.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else? All right. Can I have a motion then to close the public hearing in the matter?
I'll motion to close the public hearing for comprehensive for a special use permit for personal and wireless services, 2121 Euclid Avenue.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll go ahead and second.
Seconded by Commissioner Leone, by voice vote. All in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 7 yeses and 0 nos, the motion carries and the public hearing in the matter is now closed. I see we have a sample motion in the packet prepared by staff. Do we have any items to discuss there or recommendations for the motion? Hearing none, can I then have a motion for recommendation to approve the petition and the findings?
I'll make a recommendation based on the submitted petition and testimony presented. I move that the Rolling Meadows Planning and Zoning Commissions make the findings of fact provided by the petitioner and attached hereto as Exhibit 2 and recommended by the City Council to approve the special use permit set forth in the draft ordinance for the public hearing special use permit for personal wireless services for 2121 Euclid Avenue.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Furstein. Staff, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Burchett,
Yes.
Commissioner Furstein,
Yes.
Commissioner Gherkin,
Yes.
Commissioner Modi,
Yes.
Commissioner Leone,
Yes.
Commissioner Bruce,
Yes.
Chair Buckingham.
Yes, I believe the standards have been met in this case, so I'm a yes. And with 7 yeses and 0 nos, the motion for recommendation to approve is granted and will be forwarded to the City Council for its hearing on the substance of the matter and final approval, hopefully, at their meeting on September 9th. So, thank you, ma'am. Okay, on to the main event. Not to take anything away from matter number 1. So, this is a public hearing regarding the comprehensive land use plan amendment to incorporate the Kirchhoff Road corridor study into the city's comprehensive plan as a sub-area. City of Rolling Meadows is the petitioner. This hearing will consider amending the city's comprehensive plan, describe generally the proposed amendments will adopt and incorporate the city's Kirchhoff Road corridor plan within the comprehensive plan. Staff, has proper notice been given and is the file in order?
Yes, it is, or yes, it has, and yes, it is, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing in the matter and to enter the staff report included in tonight's packet into the record?
I'll make a motion to open the public hearing, comprehensive land use plan amendment, incorporate the Kirchhoff Road study corridor into the city comprehensive plan as a sub-area and place the file into the record.
Motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Furstein. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. With 7 yeses and 0 nos, the motion carries and the public hearing in the matter is now open. And before we get to city's presentation, let me just say a few introductory remarks to kind of set the stage here tonight. And it's great to see everybody here. Love the engagement. Everyone will get a reasonable chance to speak if they so wish. If you are coming up to speak, we ask you to keep your comments concise and on point and avoid repetition, and please be civil. We've seen many of you here before, and it's great to see everybody back again. So some of you are familiar with this process, and just as a reminder, or as information for those that are new tonight, we are just volunteers here on the Planning and Zoning Commission. We're not professionals. We're doing this because we're concerned citizens trying to make Rolling Meadows a better place to live, just like everyone is. And so our role tonight is rather limited just to what's before us in the material packet, which relates to specific items of zoning approval that we're being asked to review. And on that approval, if we do approve something or disapprove something, that's not binding. That's just a recommendation that goes to the city council. And their decision will be binding. And what we're doing tonight, even though we're not experts, is we're kind of creating a record, if you will. We're taking testimony from staff, from the petitioner, if they're a private petitioner, hearing from the public, and creating a record for the city council to review when they come up to hear the case or the matter. So that's the scope of our authority, and please keep that in mind tonight. And these are can be difficult cases. Some of these are judgment calls, and we're just trying to do what we collectively think is in the best interest of the city, whatever that may be. So with that being said, I would ask Mr. Cole or anyone else on staff to please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, my name is Glenn Cole. I'm the Assistant City Manager and the Community Development Director for the city. As just a brief roadmap, if you would, before I get into the presentation. Again, there's really the plan as a whole that I'll take a bit of time to overview in a shorter format than this commission heard in March. There'll be a brief pause if there's any questions from the commission just on that material, and then we'll move into a discussion of the traffic study that was commissioned since the last public hearing to review some of these details in additional depth. As I just said, this is the second time this matter has been heard before the Planning Commission. The first time was back in March. At that time, the commission made a recommendation to the City Council. The City Council opted to take some time to conduct this traffic study before making a decision by referral, by statute, by the city code that has to come back to this group to be heard before the council can take final action. All those materials, all those prior public comments, the prior minutes, and so on have been shared with you as part of the memorandum this evening. That's part of the record for this hearing. We did receive, since the packet was published, I think just one letter today that we also put into that shared file as well. With all that said, what we're here to discuss tonight is an amendment to the city's comprehensive plan. Many of the things that this commission does, as I think you summarized very well, Mr. Chairman, deal with, they're things that we consider quasi-judicial, right? There's a case before you, there's some fixed standards, and you are charged with, again, building the record, considering if the standards have been met, using your extra exposure and perhaps your own expertise on these topics, and making a recommendation to the City Council. When we deal with the comprehensive plan or with these planning exercises, we are a bit more open, right? You are being asked to act more legislatively. You're being asked just to make a recommendation that this group considers to be in the best interest of the city. These planning documents form really the city's expressed policy. They set the rules for how you look at some of these developments, but they don't set the law itself. They provide guidance to the city council, they provide guidance to developers, they provide guidance to you yourselves, they provide guidance to us as staff as we try to assist all the different participants in this process. It is succinctly put a vision of what the community wants to become and the steps needed to meet that goal, to quote a metropolitan planning publication here maybe a decade or so ago. So again, they look pretty far into the future. We're taking guesses at what things will look like, usually about 20 years out. Not so for this corridor study, which we'll talk about, but we're trying to have a future look for future needs. They form the basis for how we justify our zoning rules and the decisions we make in regulating private property and property rights. As we talked about, they don't have legal effect themselves, but they are what you look at. They create continuity in your decision making The form looks different from community to community, but essentially you often talk about housing, transportation, environment, economic development. I would emphasize just that when we do planning work, it's the real value comes from looking at these together. I mean, the tradition of this is there used to be a commissioner of sanitation, a commissioner of public works, and a commissioner of this and a commissioner of that, and they wouldn't necessarily talk to each other. We're not organized like that anymore, but the art of planning is trying to get value by coordinating these exercises. Specifically tonight then, we're talking about a proposed amendment to the city's comprehensive plan, which is the Kirchhoff Road Corridor Study. For a very long time, the city and its policy, I think in the community, has envisioned Kirchhoff Road as really being a vibrant town center. As I think folks on the commission know, I've been working serving the city here for about 2.5 years. And I've heard about Crawford's perhaps 100 times. I've heard about the old bowling alley 100 times. I've heard a lot of things that this town was proud of and was sad to see go. And I think that in part informs this desire to be, to try to create a vibrant town center, to try to capture, a lot of the energy that this place had at its founding and that can return to. The context for the study was really driven in part by the relocation of the Bears to Arlington Park. It presents opportunities, it presents challenges, which are talked about throughout the study, especially towards the end. But we also looked at the study process as a chance to try to identify a fresh approach, to try and invite new perspectives into the decision-making process of the city, to try and draw these perspectives from a wide range of community stakeholders. On the same lines of my time in the city and my time in this process, I think I could say generously, I did not meet many people that were satisfied with the trajectory of Kirchhoff Road. It continues to have trouble attracting new investment, attracting development of the type that the city and its residents want. And what we were trying to do is to create, again, a vision of what we want Kirchhoff Road to become, the steps it takes to meet that goal. I won't read this point by point, but this slide is here just to emphasize we have been involved in this process now coming up on 2 years. There was an extensive amount of public engagement that I'll talk about here in a couple slides, but we started with an aggressive project timeline back, quite honestly, when the Bears were moving more aggressively, and then that slowed down, and now that's speeding up again, as of course it does. But in part two, we tried to work with this timeline around the midpoint. When we saw when the recommendations were, we tried to take additional time to invite additional public engagement on this, to try and speak very loudly about what it is that was under consideration, the ideas that were coming out of this process, and to give folks a chance to participate and to be heard. The vision statement that came out of this document, I'll just pick at the highlighted parts, but this is near the very cover of it. But what we heard from the community was that the vision is for a Kirchhoff Road corridor that is a town center for the entire Rolling Meadows community. Something that has a vibrant small town feel distinct from the rest of Northwest Cook County. That it's a corridor that's well connected, that it has green space, gathering areas, recreational activities for residents of all ages, that families and students feel safe along the road. But that most of all, the corridor is uniquely Rolling Meadows. It's a gathering space. It's a place where folks can come to celebrate what makes their communities special. That is what we've been trying to achieve through the different policies in this document. As I said on the timeline slide, we did a lot of public engagement work around this. There was a steering committee that was joint between the Plan Commission and 2 members of the City Council who met 3 times. Early on in the process, we had a focus group of about 10 community leaders. I'll say there our goal was to actually have more focus groups, but that was the number of folks that we can get into the room at the right time. We went through a number of pop-up events and open houses at National Night Out, at Bites and Beats. We opened up the old fire station. We had this bilingual pop-up at Family Services Day last year. There are 3 different online surveys. There was mail. There were flyers. You may have seen myself or our other staff, Jordan and Rob here, going door to door along Kirchhoff Road one sunny day. I think that was August of last year. If you're a ratepayer in the city, you received a 1-page pullout in the news and views showing you all these different concepts. And we also made a email list to be able to do some ongoing communication as this process continued. What did we hear from all these outreach exercises? A few things. Again, wanting additional green space, but especially better integration of nearby park land. There was this perception that Kimball Hill Park was a hidden gem, emphasis on the hidden, and how can we better connect it to the corridor. There was a desire for more commercial development, especially restaurants. There was a want for improved walkability, for streetscape amenities, for vibrant mixed-use development, for improved lighting, improved safety, improved traffic safety especially, for bicycle and pedestrian improvements, and also for child and family-friendly activities. The quotes on the right, the top one speaks to pedestrian safety, and the bottom one just speaks to a desire to have again, family-based activities in this corridor. So the structure of the document itself, there are topics really in 4 areas: placemaking and open space, economic development, zoning, and transportation. We'll go through each of these quickly. There was a visual preference survey which informs what came before and after the topics in these opportunity sites. And then there were 3 opportunity sites that were identified that are vacant right now that could be redeveloped. When I said that most plans look out 20 years or so, we intentionally had a shorter timeline with the Kirchhoff Road corridor study. We're trying to look at short-term actions that could be taken quickly, both knowing that at some point, we're on a fixed timeline until the redevelopment of Arlington Park, but also knowing that we wanted to keep and drive momentum, and we don't have 20 years to build up momentum. The opportunity sites speak to that. The first recommendation was, before I keep going, I should say here too, this is an odd planning process in a few ways. The biggest being when this group made its recommendations to the City Council in March, there was both a, let's wait, let's collect more data, let's work on this traffic study, which we'll talk about later, but there was also a desire to get going. This is the first planning process I've been involved in where we've just finished some of the things you're now being asked to adopt as policy, which I hope people consider as a good thing. There's a conception that we make these things and put them on a shelf. This is much the opposite. We do them and then we put them on the shelf, I suppose. So you'll hear me talk about some of the steps we've already taken to implement these plans. With that said, placemaking and open space, again, this is how do we create the identity of a corridor, right? We do that through gateway signage, through branding opportunities, through identity elements, through directional signage, which really benefits, again, pedestrians, bicyclists. By working on appearance work, especially the shopping center is an important part of, an important focus of this. There's some discussion specifically about the trying to improve the parking lot for park visitors in the back of the shopping center, and also trying to add bicycle parking in the Kimball Hill area. The city's upcoming draft budget includes money to implement this. These things cost money. That includes $250,000 to design, construct, and install wayfinding signage throughout the corridor and potentially outside the corridor pointing into it, as well as $60,000 for a commission or an honorarium for public art programs to try and construct new, install new public art within the corridor. Second recommendation was economic development. This section really is more of a market study in nature. It looks at what are opportunities within the constraints of the corridor and our open area. Kirchhoff Road in general is interesting in that we have a very low vacancy rate, right? I mean, our largest vacancy right now, which has been in place for less than a year, is the old Hallmark store. In general, we tenant those vacancies very well. There's routine turnover. Since the last set of steady studies, we have achieved, new restaurants coming in and achieve some of those goals that the community was looking for in the last planning exercise. But one of the limits for the road is just that there's only about 10,000 trips a day, more or less, going through it despite the highway connection. It functions really like a neighborhood center at this current moment, which is that it serves, you know, the adjacent residential neighborhoods who are coming for a place to eat dinner and a place to get their groceries and you know, get their luggage fixed and what have you, local services. You know, one of the tensions of this work is how do we, is navigating the transition to something larger, and what can that larger thing be? With that said, so we know that the characteristics of the road as it is just aren't there to attract like major, you know, we can't recruit a big box store to Kirchhoff Road, right? We can't, at least with what we have, support recruiting like major national you know, franchise restaurants. But there's a discussion in here of how can we recruit you know, franchisees that target different markets, different fast casual restaurants, active uses, fitness-oriented uses, again, trying to build off of users that work well in these neighborhood services, personal services-oriented areas, and that continue to build more activity, provide more things to do. There's also some discussion in there of differentiation, how we make this place stick out as desirable in folks' heads. And then just business diversity. When we think about ecosystems, it's good to have a variety of places that lease to people at different incomes, right? Different sizes. You can start a small business that may not have the greatest creditworthiness, and you have places within the same trade area to move and expand and so on. There's some discussion of trying to keep that strength of the core as we go. Some of what we've done to implement the plan already, there's some zoning changes that have been made. I'll talk about those in a bit. And we're trying to sell some city-owned property to give it to folks that will invest, not just in buy it from us, we like the money, but that'll make it into entertaining, attractive, engaging places, again, to help build interest and momentum in the corridor. The third one's a big one, which is new zoning built to achieve a town center. This is to encourage mixed-use development, to build in the population that's needed to support some of these higher amenities, some of these larger businesses. It aims to move buildings closer to the street, increase their height, reduce the minimum amount of parking, both knowing that in next sections we'll talk about on-street parking, but that, you know, in this format, this format isn't compatible with large parking lots adjacent to it. There's some design requirements to make sure we're getting just high quality development with the land that's left in Kirchhoff Road to develop, and there's some sign regulations that are more permissive than other parts of town to encourage creativity, to encourage creating this identity. Again, interestingly, I'm in the position of recommending to you something that this body has already done and the city council's already adopted. This rezoning took place earlier this year and is in place. And these are some of the drawings on the left-hand side that show you the types of development we're trying to create through it. And the fourth and final, which we'll talk about a bit more later, is the transportation section. In short, as I think many folks have heard, it proposes to take Kirchhoff Road from 5 lanes to 3 lanes, to use that additional outside lane for on-street parking, as well as for like a dedicated bike lane. In the middle section, the through section, you still have a travel lane in each direction and a 2-way center turn lane. So the thinking here is that the on-street parking gives you a chance to support in that different visual form of how businesses or how development happens in the corridor. There are not town centers without on-street parking, at least in this part of the country. Protected bike lanes gives us a chance to move bicyclists both out of traffic as well as off the sidewalk, so separating modes is a generally great thing in current transportation engineering. We can improve the parkway and pedestrian sidewalks and crossings. We can make consistent speeds. And at this preliminary look, we thought we could do all that without a real impact to how the road operates in terms of moving traffic. We'll talk about this all towards the end in the second half of this presentation, but we did a traffic study and it validates these expectations. Again, putting it in motion, at the City Council's direction, we applied for a grant from Cook County to design, to do the design of this roadway, a 50% grant at $50,000, which was awarded. This is a very competitive grant to get, and we think speaks to the strength of this proposal. And then we did the traffic study. Again, we will come back to this topic and spend quite a bit of time on it. I'll move a bit faster here, but so we go through the 4 recommendations. The next part of the study is a visual preference survey. It's much like a Rorschach test. We had a survey with a few hundred people in town that did it. Here are a lot of pictures. Which ones do you like? Which ones do you not? Generally speaking, folks coalesced on the pictures you see up here, which is inviting, active places. I would say compose 2 of these. Blended public space around private development, repurposed firehouse, and then just a low to medium scale mixed use developments, as you can see in the top left. Again, the city's new zoning rules implement these preferences, and we also use them to implement some of our guidance and direction for these opportunity sites. In the plan, 3 opportunity sites. 2 of these are city controlled, and 2 of them, which the city controls, are up for sale right now. If anyone out there has a few $100,000 they'd like to spend. The first, right here, you can see through the window, is the corner of Kirchhoff and Al. Was part of the old River Walk development, which was never completed in the Great Recession. So it's the corner again of Kirchhoff and Al. The study proposes to do like a 1 to 1.5 story character retail, to have again this blending of commercial space and still preserving some outdoor space for some interaction. A limited amount of parking, assuming that there would be on-street parking available to serve this development. Again, we are soliciting proposals for that right now. That proposal process closes at the end of the month. The second site is the old fire station, which has previously been under contract, but those prior attempts did not work out. This is the least adventurous part of the plan, in that it goes down a direction the city was already going, I would say, in just trying to get a really great active use on the first floor, brewery, winery, restaurant, what have you. Second floor, relatively open on choices, knowing that will be difficult to repurpose in this market. And then trying to talk about site amenities there, again, to create interest and to support that commercial development and to support community engagement. Again, here we know that because of the dimensions of this site, it is very difficult to develop without additional parking supply elsewhere. These drawings assume that there will be on-street parking in this area, but they also show the addition of plenty of parking spaces around the perimeter. Again, we are soliciting proposals for this right now. Those are due to close on September 11th, and we'll see what comes in. The third and final site is not controlled by the city, it's controlled by a private developer. These are the 2 vacant lots in front of the townhomes. The sketches propose 3 kind of mid-scale commercial retail structures with sort of a plaza around them, or private terraces as it describes. There's a series of again, limited parking around there, assuming there'll be on-street parking, about 33 spaces. This includes some improvements such as an overlook to the pond that can also be improved, a water feature, branding opportunities, and so on. This is a bit harder for us to control in that it is privately owned, but again is an example of a different way to develop these this area in front of the new townhouse development. The last part of the plan is future-looking themes and topics. These are a lot of the things that you might be thinking as we talk about this, but that can't really make a plan out of yet necessarily. That's how do we repurpose the shopping center? That's what is the role of residential in the continued development of the corridor? That's partnerships with the development community. That is how we handle our churches, our places of worship. I would like to say directly, I think there's been some misstatements about us wanting churches to close. That's not the case. I got the email from my own home church today talking about layoffs because of budget reductions. That's a church that is a story that's happening to many churches in America right now, whether we like it or not. And just one of the quirks of Kirchhoff Road is any one of those churches would immediately be one of the largest development sites on Kirchhoff Road if one were to cease operations. So there's a sense in there that we should be prepared for that to happen if indeed it does, but nothing in here stops those churches from operating for the next 100 years. Talks about Arlington Park, of course, a favorite topic, and then there's a bit of a discussion around regional transit. There used to be a bus line down this road that was cut with the COVID service cuts. It's a priority of the city to get that fixed route service back, and this section talks about how we can do that. That was an overview of that 100-page document, in I hope pretty quick order given the depth. I wanted to pause and see if there were any questions before we get into the traffic part of this, and before you hear someone else talk for a bit instead of me while I sip on some water.
Yeah, that was masterful, Glenn. Thank you for that. Yeah, I just maybe just so I understand it, and maybe for everyone else's benefit, kind of the procedural history that's happened to date or not happened to date. I mean, we've heard the corridor study. We made a recommendation on all of it except for the road configuration, where we were not able to make a recommendation approving or denying because we didn't have an odd number of people. And then it went to the city council, and the city council has not made any decisions on our recommendation on the corridor study. They did order the traffic study, which you're going to talk about in detail shortly. But we separately approved the zoning map and the rezoning of those properties, or recommended those changes, and those were approved at city council. So those are in place. So we've heard a lot of this before, and there's really nothing new tonight except for the traffic study, which was very detailed, and look forward to hearing more about it. So is all that fair, Mr. Cole, in terms of
I think that's
the
all
history?
accurate, Mr. Chairman.
But tonight, the entire, even though we've already recommended the approval of the corridor study, absent the parking, the entire study is up for our decision tonight, a part of which would include the parking piece, just like last time.
Correct. And we'll even go to the very back here, and then we'll come back to your question, Mr. Chairman. So, again, you made a recommendation to the city council by local rules, by state rules. Those recommendations have a shelf life, so you need to act on them within 90 days or you start over. So that's why we're back here. The city council deferred consideration on the whole document until this traffic study was done, and now the traffic study is done and we're considering the whole document. At the conclusion of tonight's hearing, you'll be asked to make a recommendation to recommend the plan in its entirety, to recommend the plan without this transportation section, which there's a draft in there, and it's a very different looking plan. There's a lot of other items in there aside from just the road diet that change. Or of course you can recommend that the city council not adopt this document at all.
But it's our choice, the scope of the vote tonight, if you will, whether it's the entire piece or if we break it up like we did last time.
If I understand your question, I think what I would
Simplest
recommend
is all or
the
nothing.
simplest is,
Yes.
well, not even all or nothing, but there's some recommendations in there, recommended motions, I should say, and you can pick one motion and work through it. If you'd like to take a straw poll or something, we can
Sure.
communicate that. Again, we always, whenever there's not a unanimous vote, we do our best to summarize,
Yep.
views and things, when the city council considers this, and we'll do so again in this case.
Sure. Yeah, I would just say that's all clear, and, thanks to the staff for all their hard work throughout this process, and to the city's advisors, and certainly members of the public for all your input to date, which has been very helpful. Any other questions of staff before we get into the traffic piece?
Yeah, I had one. How is this new plan going to differentiate us from the Arlington Park development? Because if that develops, that's going to draw a lot from downtown area. So how is this whole plan going to draw people in? Because I've been here for 30 years and I've heard 5 or 6 different plans, and all of them say the same thing, and things haven't changed. So my question is, how is this one going to differentiate from the other plans? And how is it going to bring development here versus Arlington Park?
Sure. 2 questions, if I could.
Yeah, it is 2
Yeah.
questions.
So the first one, how do we compete with Arlington Park? That's a big unknown, right? There's some discussion of that in the back of the plan. Depending on how Arlington Park develops, that could be of great benefit to Kirchhoff Road, or it can be a great threat. Their interest will be to try to capture as much of that economic activity in property that they, control or have developed or have leased or so on. Part of the city's interests, of course, will be to make sure that rising tide extends to Rolling Meadows and lifts all boats. That's part of why we've are monitoring that closely. We pulled together a development team early on with different set of traffic engineers, with folks that specialize in acoustics for stadiums, knowing that stadium is going to be like right across the street from houses in Rolling Meadows. There's a lot of different parts that are taking place in Arlington Park. What I would say, no matter what, we're going to have to confront that. Nothing we do in this plan is going to be able to change a lot of that with what we know right now. What I would say is a strength of this plan is, at the tail end of the plan, when it talks about Arlington Park, it says the project team, and my personal opinion too, is that these are good principles even if Arlington Park does not redevelop. I think it draws on the strength of the activity we can build by making this a more inviting place for Rolling Meadows residents to come there, to spend their money there, instead of to go out to other places like Arlington Heights, potentially like Arlington Park, depending on how it develops, or to the new entertainment district that's coming up in Schaumburg. It'll be a different creature than those. It won't be trying to compete with those, but I think it'll help us do a better job of preventing leakage out to those other areas.
So that's my point is what are you using to draw them in? Because obviously you're going to reduce the traffic flow, which the other locations have massive amount of traffic flow through them because of Euclid and New Wilkie and Palatine Road there, Northwest Highway. They're not looking to reduce those roads overall to get more traffic through there. If anything, they're enlarging those, aren't they? Because I know they're enlarging the off-ramp, aren't they? To get more traffic into those areas.
Yeah, I don't know that they're enlarging the off-ramp. I'm not personally familiar with that. I think that's mostly just bridge reconstruction work. Enlarging some of those would trigger, among other things, like a sound wall requirement on 53 we expect, which is a whole different discussion. What I would say is right now the status quo, the trajectory that we've been on for a while, and some of it is regional and some of it is us, is that traffic has been slowly decreasing on Kirchhoff Road. As we'll talk about in this traffic study segment, it's been a few years since the last measurement, and really the only bright spot is probably the extra traffic from the extra folks living at the Meadow Square townhomes. So that's new development. But in general, we would expect, and we'll get more into this, but it'll probably stay in much the same way as it has, flat or slightly declining. One of the ways we can reduce that is to develop more drivers of activity here locally. to develop some of these underutilized sites, to try, again, to make places to capture more Rolling Meadows interest and potentially some of our surrounding trade area. But if you're observing that it's a chicken and the egg, it is. The traffic's low enough, we can't get big traffic drivers. We can't get big traffic drivers, so the traffic stays low. And
You
know,
can't
part of
attract
this plan is
businesses.
trying to find a different way to compete.
Well, the question is this, the other one I have is, a lot of downtown is now housing. We had large plots of land that nobody could develop because of this problem or that problem or a different problem that came up. How will this plan, would have prevented those locations from being condominiums or apartments, and would have brought in retail business?
Sure. A lot of different answers to that. So I'll give you three. The first is that, to be perfectly frank, the task we were asked was not to try and decide who did what right and who did what wrong prior to when this project started. So that is something for the residents of this town to figure out, and frankly, that is a political question I don't know that I can answer objectively. The second, which goes back to your earlier question, what makes this plan different? For the reasons I just talked about, hard for me to look back at those prior plans. They had the ideas that were contemporary in their time, and they also had a lot of challenges, right? When we did the 2006 comprehensive plan that talked about doing a town center the first time, I don't think anyone knew we were in the middle of a massive housing bubble. And if you did know that and you're not a billionaire right now, try again. But there's always challenges. But I think things that distinguish this study, like we already talked about, is we are making real dedicated headway to implementing it. When we look at, going all the way back here, when we look at this, changing the rules, I think a big way that these plans fail, that we fail in zoning and development, is it is easier to build the things we don't want than it is to build the things we do. Just through this step right here, we've made it easier to build the things we do want, to your question, which is, mixed use development. I mean, really, for any development to pencil out right now, it's going to need a residential component. But the goal of this action is to make mixed use development more profitable than townhouses or low to medium density development. A townhouse, I'll use arbitrary units here, right? The profitability of a townhouse is probably equal to 2 floors of that building. The profitability of that commercial space is probably -1. So if I put 4 floors, 2 on top of that -1, I've probably just about broken even. And we can go a little bit above that.
Well, my question is that's great, where are you gonna build it? Downtown, what properties are you gonna take in order to build that? Because right now, you got a big parking lot in front of Jules, they're not gonna give that up. You got businesses up against the Reg already, where are you gonna build that? What properties are available to build that building? That's part of your plan, correct? Is building those buildings right on top of the street. Where are you gonna build them?
So yes and no, right? I mean, I think this plan is trying to be, some of the vision work in this plan, if you were to be critical of it, is really modest, right? Some of the cash is really modest. In Schaumburg, they are putting, I think, $17 million into the entertainment district. In Arlington Heights, they're putting about $4 million into one block of downtown Arlington Heights, or at least they're talking about that. This was free. This road plan we're talking about, if we do everything that we're talking about tonight, I mean, the meter's probably about $1 million. It's a much different scale. And to your question, Commissioner, some of that is, right now we have these 3 little sites to work with, 2 of which the city owns. It's very constrained for options. What we are trying to do by doing some of this work with the rules is to help those sites develop, yes, but we're also working on the future. If nothing happens, if nothing redevelops, if nothing shuts down to open opportunities for redevelopment, nothing's going to happen, right? And I don't think that's a bad outcome. But some of what we're trying to do here is to make it, if something goes offline, to make a very valuable way to redevelop it, but also to encourage folks, especially on the west side, for example, of the Phillips Edison property. There's still a lot of parking over there that isn't really needed to support that shopping center. If we can make an avenue for small redevelopment there, that's a win, right? If these provisions are unutilized, I don't think we've done any harm, but I think it opens up more possibilities that can be taken advantage of in the future after we work through these three sites that I spoke about.
So last
yeah.
question, I'll get off my soapbox here. There's no physical damage going to be done to the road, correct? So you're not tearing up the road or tearing up the lane, you're just making that parking, correct? Because if this plan fails, we can go back to 4 lanes, correct?
Essentially. So at the intersections, you take out you bump out the curb a bit because you don't need parking at the intersection. But yeah, most of the work we're talking about is really just paint.
Yeah, the reason I asked is that my hometown did that, and they turned around and tore it all back up again and spent another $1 million putting the road back because they found that the businesses all died on the street because there was no traffic. People found other avenues to get to different areas and just bypass that. I know in my case, my in-laws lived in in Arlington. They came down Kirchhoff because it was the easiest road to get down, and they had ample amount of space. They would have probably taken Algonquin because it would have been easier to get through, and there would have been lost business. I'll get off.
Yeah, I think, no, this is interesting. I think some of this gets into what we're about to discuss with the study and, your questions, Commissioner Leone, just point out, we don't control everything. What we're trying to do is, lay the groundwork and make it an inviting place for business to develop here, but there's only so much we can do. Some of this is an unknown, and again, it's a judgment call. So I think it's worth it's worth a try because what we've have in place is clearly not working too well. So Mr. Cole, the new material.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner, thank you. I'd also add, if you would allow it, so there will be a few videos in here. They are bigger than last time if you were here last Tuesday, but again, we're down a few monitors. I think we're in very large form in the back of the room, so you may find it easier to watch if you'd like to go to the back when that time comes. So, with that said, a couple introductory remarks, I'll turn it over to Steve from Civil Tech, who was our outside consultant on this. So we've talked a lot about the study and its recommendations and how we've been implementing them. So again, we're lining up the budgets, we are making the regulatory changes, we are advertising our city property, and then we are filling the last part of the city council's charge to us, which was to commission this independent traffic study. I don't blame anyone who looks at this and says getting rid of 2 lanes is a dumb idea. Fair enough. But our thought has been, if you sit down, if you pencil it out, that the road has so much extra capacity that you can do this and you really aren't doing a whole lot of harm. Typically, these projects come with trade-offs. I mean, you see some delays, you see some inconveniences. I would say of those I'm familiar with, I've only really done one of this type before, very little in the way of trade-offs, as we'll talk about. But to back up in the study to the first days of this exercise, right? I think there's been a discussion in the public that the safety stuff is really new or being newly injected, and that's not true. Back when even before I came to the city, I believe in 2022, there was that pedestrian fatality east of Oriole that inspired a petition with about 500-600 signatures that was submitted to the city. This is a quote from it in the left-hand box. I see junior high kids trying to get home from school every day, and they stand there trying to find a time to cross and take unsafe chances. People don't even bother crossing at the crosswalk because no one stops or slows down. Last year we were at Carl Sandburg Junior High School for WOW Day. As I said Tuesday night, if your kids were at Carl Sandburg and they had to listen to me, I'm sorry, because I did not have a good presentation and made government sound really boring. But in the meantime, down the hall, my colleague Brian Larson was doing a biking and cycling workshop with the students that came through his class. And the results there, I think, were pretty stark. Fewer than 20% said they walked or bike. I think if you live by the school or you look at their drop-off line, you can see that. One of the students in that classroom was a student that was injured in a hit-and-run crash while they were biking on Kirchhoff Road, a couple blocks away from the school. And they pretty uniformly said, drivers don't stop at Oriole and Kirchhoff, they're distracted, they're looking at their cell phones, it's not safe to be here. We kept hearing that through the initial part of our public engagement work on this study. That right-hand box is from the existing conditions report, which was presented to this group about a year ago. The conclusion there was that residents do not view Kirchhoff Road as a pedestrian-oriented corridor. While safe sidewalks are there, they do not feel safe crossing the 4-lane roadway or using a bicycle on it because vehicle speeds are too high. It also goes on to talk about bike parking, which we saw in a prior part of the plan. So, City Council asked us to do so that led to the transportation recommendations that we talked about. The City Council asked for a traffic study to evaluate those recommendations. The charge was to evaluate the existing traffic flow and safety, to develop future projections of what would happen on the road, and then to assess the traffic flow and safety with potential lane reconfigurations. There's a lot of technical detail that you're about to hear about, and if you don't work with these very often, it can be a bit to follow along with. The conclusion up front of the study was that a lane reduction, this is quoting it, a lane reduction on Kirchhoff Road is viable as it would not significantly affect travel times or substantially increase delays at traffic signals, even as traffic volumes increase in the future. Conversion of Kirchhoff Road to a consistent 3-lane cross-section would markedly improve safety. So as you're hearing about this, 3 boxes you can put this into, or the different facts you'll hear tonight into. The first would not significantly increase travel times or substantially increase delays, so that's the operations side of this. The study shows all traffic continues to clear signals in one green light. So the queues are longer, but they all go through on one green light. At most, you add 20 seconds going from one end of the road to the other, in the worst case scenario, from Wilkie to Rolling. More pedestrians is a factor in that additional delay. So this delay just doesn't come up out of nowhere. It comes up because more pedestrians are on the street, they're hitting the crossing button, and that's introducing that 20 seconds of delay between all those signals put together. The second part is growth. This is true even as traffic volumes increase in the future. As I said a little bit earlier, we continue to see little to no ambient growth. There's about 900 new cars on the road after adjusting for the construction going on right now. 700 of that can be from the townhomes, a little bit less. These figures from our regional planning agency include 2,600 new daily trips for all the non-stadium development at Arlington Park once it comes online. It also includes 3,900 new daily trips if we redevelop all 3 of those sites we talked about successfully. That's something we won't really talk about in the traffic study, but just keep in mind, we can make more, if traffic is good for business, we can make more traffic than Arlington Park by controlling our own destiny, by working with just these 3 sites effectively. And then finally, from that conclusion is that this would markedly improve safety. The figures we had for safety in the preliminary study work were not good. These are worse. I don't, this is not a crying wolf kind of thing. This is not the skies falling, but these are serious safety concerns here, especially for bicycle and pedestrian incidents. The estimates from a methodology Steve will talk about show that we can cut these accidents in half. And if we can reduce the speeds, even those accidents that happen are likely to be less severe for the victim. And finally, making these changes enables intersection improvements in Arroyo Drive for our schools. We've done a study of that before. We've looked at improvements to be made at that intersection. right now in the road's current configuration, none were recommended for reasons that we can go into. But when you bring it down to a 3-lane road, you open up new options to facilitate that crossing. I do want to say here too that it's important to think about these things interconnectedly. You know, on-street parking is part of this discussion because we would like more parking for our businesses, and also because it happens to be a really cheap way to do this project, because paint is cheap. But if there was some desire to not have on-street parking on Kirchhoff Road, at least my own recommendation would still be to reduce these 2 travel lanes to capture these safety benefits that you're going to hear about. With all that said, I'll turn it over to Steve, who is our traffic engineer from Civil Tech. I'm forgetting the resume now. I had it down so well the first time, but over 20 years of experience in traffic engineering.
Sorry, before we get to that, Mr. Cole, just one question, maybe I missed it. If we do go down to the 1 lane each way, will there be other additional space opened up for beautification or landscaping?
Sure. So
I'm not sure. That may be helpful to hear, because that relates to the overall project.
Of course. And I'll back up a little bit here. So the strength of this project, but a weakness to your question, is that you know, most of this work happens within the existing curb line, right? You adjust it a bit at intersections, but the main cross section of the road, the width is the width, the curb is the curb. You just reallocate the space. When you get to the eastern section, not shown up here, when you get towards the residential part, there it does talk about just pushing the parkway out from that 4-lane width to a 3-lane width. Again, just because you need to reduce the width, and you can't just do that from bike lanes and things. We may, you know, depending on the actual design, you may not even need to physically adjust the curb, but potentially you pick up a bit of parkway there. When we do this project, again, the big curb adjustments are at intersections. You can add, you know, streetscaping work to it. I mean, there's a lot of right-of-way here already. There were some improvements done back in the 90s, which I'm sure people are familiar with stamped concrete, especially towards the Carolina and such. And so there's opportunities to add in those type of benefits if the project proceeds. They're not part of the minimum viable product. So that 600,000 number to design and construct, that's just to reconfigure really the operating part of the road.
Got it. So there will be some, but it'll be incidental probably in terms of additional streetscaping.
When we're talking about this work, it's incidental.
Sure.
I mean, we could be asked to put in a whole streetscaping program.
Got it.
You know,
Okay.
But that's sort of, that hasn't been a big part of this particular planning exercise.
Sure. But if if properties turn over and we get rid of some of the concrete jungle, so to speak, you know, depending on what the design of the new buildings are, let's say, there could be more opportunities for green space. And certainly on the 3 open properties that are open for development, there's opportunity there. And that's part of some of the spec plans or ideas, correct?
Yeah, again, it's a bit interesting in that they're completely green space now.
Sure.
They're about to not be green space.
Right.
But, you know, to develop them with, I mean, permanent public spaces, usable public spaces, places where people can gather and interact and things. I mean, yeah, that's an option that's there, and that can be tied to commercial investment instead of the city just making it on its own.
Sure.
A different part of this study talks about, you know, there's great access to parks throughout this whole corridor. There's a lot of land dedicated to public space throughout this corridor. And for some of the reasons Commissioner Leone was talking about, one of our priorities was to make sure that we are using these parts of land that we do have for commercial development, knowing that that's what we need more than additional public improvement.
Sure. Got it. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the Plan Commission. My name is Steve Pouch. I am a licensed professional engineer and certified professional traffic operations engineer with 24 years of experience in the field, and I work for Civil Tech Engineering, which is a full-service civil engineering company that serves mainly clients in the Northeast, governments and agencies such as suburbs and counties in the Northeast Illinois area. We have offices at, our main office is in Itasca, so we're pretty familiar with the Northwest suburbs. So my presentation tonight is being broken down really into three main parts. We're going to describe how we evaluated existing traffic and safety, how we look at future traffic, what's going to be coming to the corridor, and then we look at traffic modeling and traffic safety with the potential lane reconfiguration. So for current conditions, we look at traffic data, and this is new traffic data that's collected, combination of intersection, what we call turning movement counts, and some mid-block counts to quantify some additional volumes over a 24-hour period, and speeds as well. And so when we took our counts back in May, it was nice. We wanted to do it a nice weather day when school was in session to capture the maximum amount of activity possible on the roadway. But even with that, we got the data back and we saw that volumes are higher than expected. And we attributed that to the construction that was going on and still is going on at 53 and Euclid, which was causing traffic to divert to Kirchhoff. So looking at some historic traffic count data collected by IDOT, as well as IDOT's ongoing or continuous count stations on Illinois 53 exit ramps at Kirchhoff, we found out we adjusted the traffic back to baseline condition. We want to start with a base that represents a typical non-construction day on the corridor. And so the volumes vary significantly from west to east. On the west end of the corridor, volumes are higher, around 20,000 vehicles per day, which makes sense because it's people accessing the expressway, and then it drops off pretty quickly as you travel to the east down to it's about 13,000 vehicles that we counted there. And then comparing the counts with this historic data, even with the adjustments for construction, there's a little bit of growth, but not a lot, and we think that's primarily attributable to the new townhome development. Traffic on Kirchhoff, it moves well, so we developed a traffic model to take a look at how things are performing now, and we evaluate the AM rush hour and the PM rush hour, since those are the two highest volume time periods throughout a typical week. And our traffic analysis shows that the roadway only is, there's about 34% utilized, so 66% spare capacity. That's during the peak hours, and which means hours other than the peak, so midday, evening, overnight. The roadway has even more spare capacity. Travel time, to go from one end of the corridor, either east to west or west to east, is about 3 to 3.5 minutes. And speed data, which we collected to the east of Meadow, is shown there in that graphic on the right side, with 82% of all the drivers traveling faster than the speed limit. And maybe the 5 mile per hour over is not too concerning, but when you start looking at 10 miles per hour, more than 5 miles per hour, 10 miles per hour over, that really starts to be a little bit of a problem. So 30% of traffic is traveling more than 5 miles per hour over the speed limit, and 5% is really it's blatantly disregarding the law and traveling more than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. And as part of our existing conditions analysis, we also looked at, we evaluated crash data as well. And noted that there have been a couple serious crashes and then one fatality in the past few years. Of course, everybody's aware of the unfortunate incident east of Oriole Lane where the pedestrian was killed. And so with the crash data, we want to compare Kirchhoff to other roads that have similar characteristics. That's typically pretty difficult to do, except that IDOT has already done this for us. This is called a safety tier study, where roads of a particular configuration and, in this case, even jurisdiction, are compared against other roads. So like Kirchhoff is a 5-lane road. It's compared to other 5-lane roads across Illinois that have similar volumes and run through similar land uses. And then IDOT takes all this data and runs it through some calculations and comes up with what's called safety tiers. And so this study in 2017 categorized or classified roads into 5 different safety tiers, from minimal to critical. So critical being roadway of highest need of safety improvements. And Kirchhoff Road came in at the second highest or second worst safety tier, which is high. And that you see in the map, there's no other roads in Rolling Meadows or surrounding areas. Maybe they have that stretch 53 way out west, which is critical. But it's definitely popping out as a road of concern, at least according to this IDOT methodology here. And so the reason, like other roads that you might think would not be on here, you're wondering, why is Algonquin not on here? Well, that's in a different classification. The state compares all their roads against each other. So like the other busy roads, like Algonquin, they have a different standard, I guess is probably the best way to say that. So every once in a while, IDOT updates these studies, and we anticipate if it were updated again recently, that it'd probably fall into one of the worst safety tiers, just because of the weight that they place on fatal and serious injury crashes that involve pedestrians and bicyclists. So looking towards the future, we want to know what traffic is going to do. We coordinate with CMAP, which is the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning. They oversee planning and coordinate planning responsibilities for Northeast Illinois. And one of the tasks they're charged with is maintaining the what's called the master traffic model for the area. And this model is it meets federal standards and uses factors like demographics, socioeconomic data, planned transportation projects to develop projections for what traffic is going to do in the future. So in this case, the traffic model is, their current traffic model looks at the year 2050, so that's 25 years from now. It was updated just recently with the Arlington Park redevelopment. So that includes includes development along the Bears site, and also some nominal redevelopment along Kirchhoff Road and neighboring communities. And that forecast is showing an additional 2,600 vehicles per day on Kirchhoff by 2050, assuming the Arlington Park development is built out. And so we also wanted to be conservative and add in trips from that are expected from development right on Kirchhoff Road. So we developed projections using industry standards and best practices from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual that looks at the size of these businesses, how many seats a restaurant may have, things like that, and projected about 3,900 new trips per day on Kirchhoff from redevelopment. And it's important to note that 3,900, it's kind of in the middle of the corridor, so it doesn't mean like it's all going across one point. Some may be going to the east, some might be going to the west, so it may not in actuality be 3,900 total trips at a specific point, but just 3,900 trips distributed throughout the area. And we also understand that a successful development is going to result in a more walkable and bikeable environment. So pedestrian and bicycle volumes were increased in the future conditions traffic model because that's going to have impacts on traffic capacity as well, right? So if you're at an intersection and there's pedestrians crossing in the crosswalk parallel to you, it slows you down from completing your turn. So they definitely have implications, and we wanted to account for those as well. And so for our future conditions traffic model, there are a couple of recommended changes that we wanted to go into it with. One of those is an eastbound right turn lane at Meadow on Kirchhoff, and that would serve to handle the relatively higher volume of projected right turns there. And then signal timings were also adjusted and coordinated. Kirchhoff is part of what's called an interconnect system, and that's where the signals all talk to each other. So that's really beneficial in keeping traffic moving and keeping people from stopping at signals. So we did some work in the traffic model to re-optimize the signals to make sure that they would progress traffic as best as possible given one through lane in each direction. And so what we found, what I'll call our capacity analysis results, is that the delay for east-west traffic at each of the signalized intersections would increase by a few seconds, generally about 4, 5, 6 seconds, maybe a little bit more at Meadow, but as Glenn mentioned, that's really because there's a lot of pedestrians there and there's a lot of people crossing the street, so we had to adjust the signal timings there to take a little bit more time from Kirchhoff and allocate it towards Meadow, just to make sure that all the pedestrians and the traffic could either cross Kirchhoff or turn on to Kirchhoff. And then queues would clear intersections every time the light turns green. And that's really important. That's one of the main things that I look for, indicators of success. Is if you're a driver, you do not want to wait through more than one light cycle. If you get to the back of the line, the light turns green and then it turns red before you get through it, that will frustrate you, and then it can lead to aggressive driver behavior and speeding later on. So we're not seeing that when the future conditions model in Kirchhoff. We're seeing that these queues at the signals will clear each cycle, and we'll see that in a bit in the videos. I already mentioned that how the pedestrian volumes are some of a contributor to the increased delays in the future conditions. We looked at backing up for a second here, travel time runs were also completed to see how much longer it would take a driver to go from one end of the corridor to the other. And the results came back at about 20 seconds of additional time. That's really, I don't think is a big difference, given that you're looking about 3 to 3.5 minutes to start and adding another 20 seconds on top of that. And because of that small increase in total travel time, I'm confident to say that that cut-through traffic or diversion off of Kirchhoff on the local streets to say bypass congestion, that would not be expected. I don't think that would be an issue at all. So this is where we go to the traffic videos here. So we're going to show the PM rush hour. The PM rush hour is there's more traffic than the morning rush hour, so we'll be focusing in on that. Can we do the existing video, the existing conditions first? Let's do west. So here we're looking at traffic flow based on current traffic counts here. What you're seeing on the screen is the west end of the corridor between the frontage road and Owl Lane. See the traffic moves pretty well here. It's really a lot of unused time at the signals when there's no cars going through at all. Thank you for asking that question. This is sped up at 4 times real speed because that just makes it more expeditious for us to watch it without having to sit through multiple light cycles. You can kind of see what's going on. Because light cycles can sometimes take 2 minutes, so we want to kind of go through a couple of those in an abbreviated amount of time. So now we can go to the future conditions model for the same area, again looking at the PM rush hour. So this will be showing a reduction to 1 lane in each direction, and we're proposing this lane reduction happen between the frontage road intersection and Owl Lane. We don't want to touch or reduce capacity at the frontage road intersection. It's important to note, just because of its proximity to 53 and kind of the importance of moving traffic towards the expressway ramps.
I know there have been a few comments saying that this is all a bad idea. Just look at the lane closures underneath the bridge right now and how much of a mess that is. As you just heard, we agree that that's not a good idea. That's not proposed in part because that section of road has, I think, another 10,000 cars a day going through it. So different there than over here.
So as you look at this video, you take a look at the traffic on the through lanes of Kirchhoff. You can see that queues will be longer. That is one trade-off of reducing the lanes. Is because you have 1 lane to stack cars in instead of 2, so traffic will back up a little bit further. But as I mentioned earlier, when the light turns green, there's chance for all the traffic to travel through before the light changes.
Folks, this is not the time for public questions. You'll have a chance later. Thank you. Let's let Steve finish his presentation.
So here is the eastern end of the corridor. Really wanted to focus in the area between Plaza and Meadow Drive, just because there's 2 relatively closely spaced intersections. You want to make sure that they work well together. This is, again, the existing conditions model showing 2 through lanes in each direction. So now we'll flip to the final video, which shows 2050 traffic and one lane in each direction. If you look carefully, you can see how the signals are timed together so that when one turns green, traffic should be able to get through both signals for the most part. And again, somewhat longer queues, but clearing within one light cycle. And we really did pay a lot of attention to traffic signal timings at Meadow. I don't see it quite as much here in the PM, but we counted more than 200 pedestrians crossing Kirchhoff over the course of a 24-hour period. A lot of those are school-age children, and that number is, again, is likely to go even higher in the future.
So the intersections shown here are, it's 53 to the west and then Wilkie to the east, right?
Yeah, that's correct. North is
Okay.
north is up, 53 to the
Yep,
west.
okay.
Wilkie to the east. So now I'll talk a little bit about safety analysis. There's been a lot of research and studies, and there's a lot of knowledge surrounding the benefits of 4-lane to 3-lane road reconfigurations. Generally accepted statistics show that 4 to 3-lane conversion will reduce crashes by 47%. A little bit less is known about what happens to safety on a 5 to 3-lane conversion. I think part of the reason for that is there's just fewer of these that have been done. 5-lane roads tend to be under state or county jurisdiction, and those are typically agencies that are more focused on moving traffic, and so, hence fewer lane reconfigurations on those roads. But there are some tools that we can look at to kind of help guide us and say, hey, what would be the safety impact of this 5 to 3-lane conversion? One of these tools is Highway Safety Manual, which contains a series of what we call crash modification factors for different things. You tweak this in a road, it maybe improves or just decreases safety versus this other factor. And so an Oregon State researcher put together a spreadsheet which we utilized to analyze just one segment on Kirchhoff near Plaza Drive, just to see, kind of get an idea what would happen if we do the 5 to 3-lane conversion and add on-street parking. So this calculation, which is attached to the very back of the report, shows an 8% reduction overall in crashes. It's important to note that that parked vehicle crashes, of course, they're zero now, but there would definitely be some parked vehicle crashes, which would, eats that's why maybe that 8% number isn't a little bit higher than it is, because we acknowledge, there'll definitely be there'll be some side swipes, but it is important to note that those crashes are typically minor and don't result in an injury. So the reduction in serious crashes is shown to be higher, but most noteworthy is the safety benefit for people who are crossing Kirchhoff either on bike or on foot. Almost doubling the safety for those we call vulnerable road users. Because when crashes do happen occur with those types of people, they're very likely to result in severe outcomes. So the Highway Safety Manual is is theory. Well, it's theory based on practice, but for this project, it's it's kind of a theory just because it's based on a number of factors that are assumptions. But you look at actual projects that have been completed, and here's one shown on the screen here that Civil Tech has been involved with up in Milwaukee. Milwaukee has had a really serious safety problem related to aggressive driving, particularly since the pandemic, where there's just been a rash of serious crashes on their roadways. And Milwaukee they have a lot of 5-lane roadways. They're boulevard sections, a lot of them with 2 lanes in each direction, and center turn lanes. So Milwaukee decided to do something and implement these lane reduction projects. The one on the screen here is kind of a similar case to Kirchhoff, where parking would be provided and bike lanes would be added between the vehicles, the parking lane and the curb. And unlike a lot of engineering studies, kind of a problem, just there's not always after data collected when things are implemented. But in this, in Milwaukee, they've collected both before and after data at 3 locations. And between those 3 locations, they've shown a 28 to 40% reduction of crashes, as well as a 3 to 5 mile per hour reduction in speeds. And the most important thing, despite having a history of serious and fatal crashes on the 3 corridors, not a single serious crash has been reported since installation in 2023. And just kind of on a more qualitative level, safety benefits of the reduction of 2 lanes to 1 lane, speed reduction. So speed, I don't know any other way to say it, but speed kills. The graphic on the upper left shows that a person struck by a vehicle traveling 40 miles per hour is almost twice as likely to die from their injuries than a person struck at 30 miles per hour. So if the speeds on Kirchhoff can be reduced by even 3 to 5 miles per hour, that does make a huge difference in safety. Then also, as Glenn mentioned, and we've talked about before, the safe space for people to ride their bikes along Kirchhoff. And then also at the intersections, shorter crossing distances for pedestrians. And then one of the biggest drivers of risk for people crossing the street on multiple lane roadways is called a multiple threat crash, and that's illustrated in the bottom left. So if there's 2 lanes of traffic, pedestrian steps out while a car in the curbside lane is stopping for them. Pedestrian starts to cross, but the vehicle in the second lane does not see them because they're shielded by this vehicle. That vehicle keeps going and strikes the pedestrian. And I've seen a lot of pedestrian crash reports over my career, and this is really, the multiple threat crash is it's a real thing. This is this happens quite frequently at uncontrolled crosswalks. So, in conclusion, we're not seeing there's no technical reason from a traffic flow perspective that a reduction to 1 lane in each direction won't work. The traffic model that you saw on your screen, I think that demonstrates that fairly well, and that there's no traffic flow or operational issues with that. And then I believe that it would improve safety on Kirchhoff, particularly for pedestrians and bicyclists, but also benefiting vehicle traffic as well.
So we are just about at the end of the staff presentation. I know it's very long, and we're covering about 600 pages of material out loud, so I appreciate your patience. In wrapping up, I'll just say, again, the traffic study was a deep dive into this one part of the corridor study, and all we are trying to do in this corridor study is lay out a path, a vision for the future. I've heard some really silly stuff the last few months, the last few weeks. I'll just say there's no big road diet paying me off. Like, these are, in my line of work, we know that proposing things like this are really unpopular. We invested a lot of time in public engagement at the start, and it just didn't take. I think you'll remember there was a lot of positive energy around this project until really the last couple weeks of it, back in March. We are still, we still believe in this project. We still recommend it, especially with this additional data. We've tried, however, to give you the facts that you need to make an informed choice about the future of this community, of your community. And I hope that we've given you as much as we reasonably can to make a good decision. With that said, the decision you have tonight is to make a recommendation to the City Council. Our recommendation, and there's motions on how to do this in your packet, is really to pick one of these three. The one is just to adopt it as presented, transportation section at all, and that'll go forward to the City Council. The second is to adopt it without the transportation section, in which case, there's an alternate version of the plan in there that shows you some of the other things that changed as a result of that. The third, I'll say I'm grateful I haven't heard too much advocacy for, is just not to adopt this at all. That can still be your recommendation this evening. But what we recommend is that you deliberate. We're happy to answer any questions, accept public testimony, and then at the end pick one of these three that can get the support of a majority of the commission.
Okay, thanks, Glenn. I do have a few questions of Steve, the traffic engineer, and I don't know if others do. So maybe we could focus on that, as well as any other specific concrete questions the commission may have of the staff generally. And then we'll open it up to members of the public. So Commissioner Burchard, you want to start?
Steve, I appreciate the information. It seems like we were comparing Kirchhoff to a lot of streets that aren't even around here. But do you have any year-over-year data on the number of accidents on Kirchhoff Road, like say for the last 5 years? It seems like we're touting, I'm all for safety, I hate accidents, and unfortunately there's been a couple bad ones, but I don't see where there's like a safety problem. I don't see a lot of accidents on Kirchhoff Road. Maybe I'm driving down the road at the wrong time or something, but do you have any year over, like, is there 10 in 2020, 12 in 2021, 8 in 20?
Yes. So we looked at 5 years of crash data, and we based this on the 5 most recent years available from IDOT. And when we did the analysis, that was 2019 to 2023 data. And so during that 5-year period, I believe the number of crashes per year was relatively consistent, but we noted 114 total crashes in that 5-year period.
But, I mean, is it going up per year, or is it stable, or there's always going to be accidents?
No, I wouldn't say it's necessarily going up per year.
Okay, so I read the, preliminary findings of the corridor study we're gonna reconfigure Kirchhoff Road to 3 lanes that have a significant impact on safety benefits, but we don't, do we need to emphasize safety benefits, right? I mean, it's like, we need to emphasize like growth. You know, I mean, all these roads are being widened around here and we're gonna like shrink this one. It doesn't really make any sense to me, and the data doesn't, you know, the number of accidents year over year is stable, and there's always gonna be accidents, unfortunately, but it's like, we're gonna reduce Kirchhoff Road to 3 lanes so that we have less accidents, but it's always been about the same for the last 5 years, so I don't know.
Real quick, can I add on to that? How many of those accidents were in the winter, and how many were in the summer? Because if you're looking at accidents that are based on the winter, you know, due to inclement weather, that's going to skew the data quite a bit. So how much of that is winter, and how much of that is summer?
So I don't have the exact statistics for winter versus summer offhand, but I can tell you that there were 15 fixed object crashes, which is vehicles running off the road over a 5-year period, which I think is probably a little bit higher than expected. And that, you know, 15 the runoff road crashes or fixed object crashes are typically, they could be inclement weather, you know, winter, or they could be impaired drivers. We've seen a few where drivers fell asleep and run off the road.
And probably some of those are late in the evening when there's nobody on the road.
Yeah, that's correct.
The one
too.
major one you talked about earlier, I was actually live a block off there, and I remember going to that accident at like 1 a.m.
Yeah, right. Yeah, definitely involve impaired drivers or overnight, but they also, the fixed object crashes also involve typically resolve excessive speed. So if you're not going quite as fast, you're less likely to run off the road.
And where are the police at? This is more towards Cole. Is that, where's the police officer at? If we know this is a distinct problem, where are the police officers? I see them sitting there, but I never see them pull anybody over. So my question is, where are they at?
Yeah, so Chief Nowacki was not here tonight to speak to this. He was here on Tuesday night, and I'm actually realizing there was a letter he authored more about emergency response that speaks to that too. We invest a lot of time in the speed enforcement, including on Kirchhoff Road. We write a lot of tickets on Kirchhoff Road.
Well, how many tickets have you
I can't
written?
personally speak to that, but
I'd like to know what the data is on that, and how many tickets have been written on Kirchhoff Road for that, because I know I get a ticket for parking, so I'm kind of curious how many, since we know this is a distinct problem, you posted the data that says it's a severe problem, so how many tickets have we roasted for speeding?
give me a bit of time. Let me see if I can pull that up from our notes. But what I would say is, and kind of going to some of the earlier questions, enforcement can only take you so far. The traditional 3-legged stool is education. We're doing that. If you're going down Kirchhoff Road, you see your speed on a sign. Enforcement, I'll see if I personally have those numbers handy, but we're doing it. And then engineering. At some point, when you keep seeing these results, you just need to change the road to change folks' behaviors. Similar Commissioner Burchard, if I could. I think your question's valid, and that's a determination for the city to make. What I would emphasize is just comparatively, we've got this great comparative data that says, hey, in 2017 when they looked at it, this thing was comparatively worse. I personally put quite a bit of weight on that. But also in looking at this, there's a good principle that if you dig into every detail of these crash reports, you can find a lot of excuses, right? There is one Illinois traffic crash report about me. I had to look up the number code, and the number code says I'm an idiot. Or an inexperienced driver, I think is.
You may want to correct that because somebody may paraphrase you.
Yeah. Well, they're already saying that. But, I think there is a tendency to, we try to zoom in on individual circumstances and individual behaviors. Sometimes that's true, especially in these really significant accidents. But most of the time, most drivers are behaving what we would consider normal, and they're doing the best we can. And the characteristics of the road are what lead to the outcomes. And we've got a lot of data about comparatively how the outcomes line up.
I mean, I think it's worth reminding that the safety angles would just be a secondary benefit or reason for this road configuration. This is not why we'd be proposing it. It's just an added benefit for what it's worth. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to prevent all accidents. You could justify the data any number of which ways on the cause of accidents, and was it because we were 5 lanes or the winter or what have you. This is just a secondary reason. But these are good questions. Safety is important. Any other questions of Steve or Glenn before I do have a few of Steve, unless anyone else wants to go first.
I was going to ask the picture from Milwaukee. Was that a residential or a business area? It looked residential from the picture.
Yes, it's a primarily residential area with some businesses on the corridor as well. But I think probably the bulk of the land use was residential.
Where have you made this kind of conversion where it's been business, where it's been a business environment?
Well, a couple of the other locations in Milwaukee that were not pictured may have the Milwaukee corridor is really kind of a mix. Residential's in some part, and then small businesses and institutional uses. But as far as like a business.
This is a downtown area, so my question is how often have you done that where you've taken a 4-lane road down to a 2-lane road in a business environment?
I think Madison Street in Oak Park is probably the most recent and comparable location in terms of business use. That's Madison Street is a pretty similar traffic volume as well to Kirchhoff Road. And that project was implemented, I think it's probably about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago.
Have you ever then, to that question, done like an after action study, or what actually happened in reality, and did your study kind of bear out what your findings were? Like in the case of the downtown area in Oak Park, did that have any appreciable effect on the businesses? I'm not sure, again, the reason why they were doing this. Was it more safety oriented, or was it to generate more business? But the question I would have is, what do you have any data or anecdotes from your experience on what reduction of lanes might do to kind of business activity and or generation?
So
or is that beyond your
yeah, that's kind of beyond the
doing?
scope of what we're engaged to look at, but
Yeah, Commissioner, I actually, in preparing for one of the steering committee meetings, I actually spoke with the community development planners in the village of Oak Park on this issue specifically. Their model for doing the road diet was a little bit secondary. There was actually quite a lot higher volume than Kirchhoff Road. Their ambition was to cut through some of the through traffic, reduce some of the through traffic and maintain a more local traffic number. It's, I believe, roughly 16 to 18,000 cars per day, actually running at a better operational standard than it was at 25,000 cars per day previously on a 4-lane. I am going a little bit off memory here, but their planners had told me that since the road diet was completed, they had approved 40 new business license applications. I believe it was 40, and seen roughly $60 million in mixed use and residential development along that corridor.
Of course, it's hard to pinpoint exactly what effect.
That was certainly
causation, correlation, what have you.
That was certainly one of the conditions they attached to that. Okay. Yeah, they couldn't attribute it necessarily, but it was.
Didn't they turn that into a one-way street?
No.
Okay.
But their overall goal was to reduce traffic.
Yeah, they had significant problems with people diverting off the freeway to bypass roadworks that had been going on for a number of years and cutting through residential and commercial areas to then get back onto the highway.
So it reduced traffic is what you're saying?
Yeah, they had roughly, I believe it was 25 to 30,000 cars a day on a 4-lane, and it wasn't serving their intentions as a city very well.
If I could, Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
So the Milwaukee examples are in here because from a safety standpoint, they are an example of a 5-lane to 3-lane conversion. Many road diets are 4-lane to 3-lane, and they capture operational improvements because, I drive down Sheridan Road in the city of Bush. The inside lanes functionally get blocked as left turn lanes, right? We're waiting at the signal for traffic to clear to make a left-hand turn, and so putting in that 2-way turn lane just opens up lanes opens up traffic to go more efficiently on the side lanes. And so a 5-lane to 3-lane is less common because, quite honestly, overbuilt 5 lanes like this are not as common a case study. They're just not as common to have around a 5-lane road that pushes 10,000 trips a day. But that example was included for the safety benefits. We've, just in answering folks' questions, we've provided examples that look at the business side, that look at on-street parking, that look at access to schools. I would just emphasize this is a technique that's been used thousands of times, probably past tens of thousands of times in the country at this point. The FHWA published a few case books about 10 years ago, case studies that look at all these different examples. But again, because 5-lane to 3-lane are a lot more rare, that's why that was some of the focus of the traffic study.
Sure. Okay. That's helpful. So, Steve, a couple more questions. So I think you used the term maybe once, and Glenn did as well, and maybe it's in the packet, excess capacity. Kirchhoff has excess capacity now, certainly, and according to your findings, what exactly do you mean by excess capacity? What are there standards there? Like, how do you determine that?
Yeah, that's a great traffic engineering question. So there's
Like, who cares? There's
really
excess capacity. What does that really mean to me driving
Yeah.
down Kirchhoff?
Yeah. So there's 2 main factors that you look at when seeing how much capacity. There's volume on one hand, and then there's the capability of the road to move traffic. This is generally at traffic signals that we look at because they're the pinch points. That's where traffic is going to be bottled up. So the traffic models take into account all kinds of different factors, such most significantly the light timing, but then also roadway geometry, percentage of trucks, how traffic is distributed over the course of an hour. They come up with the theoretical capacity for an intersection to process the traffic. So then you take the volume and then you divide that by the capacity, and you come up with what's called a volume to capacity ratio. And a volume to capacity ratio of 1 means the road has the same amount of volume that it can handle. So if that volume to capacity number goes over 1, then that you're going to have big problems like backups. If it's less than 1, then you're moving the traffic through. So in theory, if the volume to capacity ratio is less than 1, then you say there's excess capacity on the road. So there's a technical answer.
Sure, but in layman's terms, or the practical effect to us driving down Kirchhoff, does that mean then that, well, you can't guarantee in any given scenario, but does that mean you're going to get through in a certain period of time, or not cycle through multiple light cycles at the
Right.
same light, or what does that really
Yep. So the
translate into?
So the factor that translates to what's called delay at intersections. So we also look at how many seconds you would have to stop or can be slowed down for a signal, and then that delay is given like a letter grade. So level of service, you may have heard this in other traffic reports throughout the years. Levels of service can range from A to F, with F being failure. And unlike letter grades, it also includes E. But level of service D is, unlike school grading, is very acceptable, especially in suburban and urban areas. Anything A, B, C is like really, really good, really desirable, and perhaps maybe even there's say too much capacity on the roadway in some ways. But the level of service grades that we looked at here in Kirchhoff between the existing condition and 2050 really didn't change. They remained the same. So delays were increased by about 4 to 5, maybe 6 seconds per intersection, which is really not enough to move the needle from one level of service grade to another.
To go from D to a C.
Correct.
if
Yeah.
it's-
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that with the increased traffic flow? You said earlier that it's going to be increased traffic flow. Is that going to, with that only being 2 lanes and the traffic flow increasing, you're only going to get 3 or 4 second
Yep.
delay?
That's right, and a lot of that is due to traffic signal retiming and reoptimization. Because the signals on Kirchhoff are coordinated, meaning they talk to each other. You get what's called green bands, so traffic moving through one signal, they don't have to stop at the next signal. So there's ways to coordinate the lights, and when you do that successfully, you're not going to get additional delays until the traffic is at this point, but we're not close to that point.
And so would you say then, looking out to the future, I think the year was 2050, would you still, even with the increased traffic at that time that you estimate, would you still say would be excess capacity, as you understand it?
Correct.
But maybe a little bit less so, or basically the same?
Yeah. I mean,
But still within the,
no.
you're still a D. let's say.
There's less excess capacity, but the level of service and amount of delays would be relatively similar.
Okay.
In the case of an accident right now, you don't see huge delays on Kirchhoff Road, correct? And when you narrow it down to 1 lane, is that going to affect your study? In the sense of, if there's an accident on the road, it's going to significantly reduce the congestion, will it not?
I would expect that traffic would still be able to get by. They have, most cases, there's center space for a left turn lane or a 2-way left turn lane. Also, there's parking lane, which I would think would be fully utilized, where if there's a crash, maybe cars can pull into the parking lane. But typically speaking, traffic studies don't account for delays caused by accidents or special events. We're looking at like a typical condition on a weekday, a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
Like a Bears game or a concert?
No, the traffic study does not look at that. That would be a separate traffic management
Thursday
plan
night
that
football
would
and
be
all of a sudden-
developed.
I just
Sure.
remember back in the day when the Arlington Meeting was going, Kirchhoff was completely cut off. When the Arlington Meeting went on, now we have a football game going on.
Sure.
That's because they came in off of Wilkie.
No, I came off the expressway, they cut it off. They had everybody coming off of and taking the frontage road.
So here, a couple more questions. So Steve,
Well, I'm just saying Wilkie was a bear, dude.
so just keeping it on the traffic question. So how, is there a reasonable, what's your level of confidence in your conclusions here? Is there a certain standard? How would you answer that?
The traffic.
This is just data, and
Yeah.
reality can often not be aligned with, you know, studies or predictions or data at the time. And
So there are several conservative factors
Yep.
built into the traffic study. So, you know, it's, you know, I think it's, I'm very confident in the results, and, you know, it's completed in accordance with industry standards and best practices for traffic studies. So, yeah, I'm very confident.
And so you would recommend that the city, at least from your perspective, adopt the road configuration, at least to
Yes.
achieve the goals that it's attempting to achieve.
That's correct.
Okay. Great. Glenn, one question, and then if anyone else has any last questions for staff before we open it up to the public. Could you mentioned, you know, public engagement and then kind of public feedback throughout the process, maybe shifting a bit over time. Could you just give the commission a better sense or kind of a summarize what your impressions, or how would you characterize the feedback that have been received throughout this process from the public, not only at the beginning, at the engagement phase, at kind of the working phase, as well as kind of comment letters? And is there a distinction to be made between the project in general and then the road configuration in terms of public sentiment? Give us a sense, and then we'll obviously hear from some folks tonight in real life.
Sure. And so this, well, I'll give you a bit of my impression, but this was also in a memo that was shared with you as part of your second steering committee meeting. That was summarized the open house results and the online survey results, right? So in general, most of so we had these boards, right? So you come and you can vote by putting on your little sticky dots, or if you're online, you have multiple choice. Most of these recommendations, setting aside transportation, performs pretty well, right? You'd see 50 or 60% support, another quarter of people are neutral, 10 to 20% don't agree. So when we talk about economic development, when we talk about zoning, you see some differences. I'm just looking through that here, but it's really, plurality is positive. And the negatives, the highest negative number I see in here is 24% disagree. When you get to transportation, I mean, it's more of a mixed picture, no doubt. We get to, redesign portions of Kirchhoff Road to reduce speeds and improve the pedestrian bicycle experience. 41% agree, 42% disagree, other folks are neutral. Remove lanes, utilize the space for other uses, 33% agree, 50% don't. It's about half and half agree and neutral. Redesign lanes to accommodate pedestrians, cyclists, and so on, 39% agree, 44% don't agree. That was from the heart of the public engagement, where we had the drawings out there and so on. And even then, what was striking at the time, we can get it up the screen if you'd like, but the feedback of the people that actually showed up to the open houses that asked us questions, way more positive. So redesign portions of Kirchhoff Road to reduce speeds. I'm looking here, so there were about 250 or so people that passed through one of these open houses. If I'm just counting here, 21, there's maybe 100 votes out of those open houses. Out of those 100, there's something like 20 that say they don't like it. When we get to the online survey, immediately there's like 112. Just a lot more negative tone from those folks.
So the sample size on the online was 112 versus what?
The online survey respondents, again, I don't have a total here. I think it's in the neighborhood of about 200.
So we had 200 online, and how many do we have in person where they were positive?
Somewhere in the neighborhood of 100.
Was
So
it
yeah.
possible to respond to the online survey multiple times, or was your name taken with that?
There's no name taken. It does try to prevent multiple
looks at your
responses
IP
from the same
address.
PC, but it's not foolproof. You can do it once on your laptop, once on your phone, once on someone else's phone, whatever.
Got it.
But
Yeah, but
so
Sure.
character-wise, you know, I would say pretty positive. Of the people we spoke with in person, certainly some people disagreed. That happens. The online survey, more negative. I think you'll remember, just in general, there was very little engagement in this process up until the month of March. I mean, we wrote the study, we had it finished out, you guys had copies. We started to see real interest in March, and then as the month of March went on, I think more and more people took interest in it. And certainly now, here we are in August, September, and this is the most interest we've had in this project the entire time.
Well, maybe it's because there's something specific, like really specific to react to. Do you think that's it?
So we,
Or-
at the open house, I mean,
Just
we
takes
said,
a while
those
for
questions
people
I
to-
read to you, right,
Mhm.
were the questions we had. Introduce a road diet. I mean, that was the phrasing on there. If you're a utility ratepayer in the city, you got a newsletter with a one-page pullout that said, what do you think about reducing the number of lanes on Kirchhoff Road, and had a diagram. I mean, we were very forthright in what was under consideration.
What was the
Got it.
business response? The current businesses on Kirchhoff, what were their response to the whole lane closures?
Sure.
Reduction.
So, you know, and again, I don't know how to orient myself to it. Up until March, you know, I would say the few people I saw were sort of supportive. In March, one business owner started to be more pessimistic about it. They gathered up a lot of signatures on a survey. I've heard from some folks privately that they felt pressured, or to quote one person, bullied to sign that petition. But in any case, they signed the petition. In general, I would say the proportion of business owners that are engaged is still pretty low. We did a breakfast with the Chamber of Commerce here a few weeks ago. I think I had 12 people in the room, you know, 3 on Kirchhoff Road, or at least 3 that were known to me to be business owners, property owners on Kirchhoff Road.
If I may, what's the primary objection from the business owners that are against the road diet?
Yeah, I'd have some trouble summarizing, because again, a lot of it has just been signatures on a petition. You know, one business owner has just raised a large variety of different complaints, so I'd struggle to summarize it. I'd say the other 2 are just worried about the loss of traffic potentially.
Got it. So loss of traffic might be a piece of it.
That the changes would discourage people from taking the road. Again, I would say, you know, we can't control for behavior or for perception, but we put a lot of work into a model that shows that this will be just as convenient
Sure.
of a road.
So for the
Go ahead.
so for the prospective businesses for the 2 sites available, have you been conducting meetings right now with prospective business owners? What's the feedback been for folks that might be looking to locate their business in Rolling Meadows, and have they talked about this as being a factor? Or?
Sure. So a couple ways to answer that. Right now, we don't have a whole lot of, so let's separate, if we could, businesses and development.
Sure.
Right? We have
Yeah.
vacant sites we're trying to develop. On the business side, there's only really one significant vacancy on the corner, right, which is the old Hallmark store. I've not spoken with anyone that's interested in tenanting that space. Might be something I'm forgetting, but I think that's it. We've had a turnover there along the way at Janot, which is now Uyghur Logman House. I think it was a pretty seamless turnover. My interaction with them was, hey, we need more parking. Can we buy those adjacent lots to make a parking lot? I shared this information with him. I haven't heard back from him, so I can't tell you if on-street parking sounds like a good idea or not to him. As far as those 2 vacant sites that the city is currently marketing, again, I have to be a bit circumspect, because we're talking about that can give away, for example, how many people are interested, which messes with the competitiveness of that process. We did hold 2 open houses at the firehouse. We held 1 online call for the property over here. There's been some interest on both, certainly more at the firehouse. I think of the folks I spoke with in person, they all raised concerns about the amount of parking available on that site. When we say to editorialize a bit, but I mean, I would emphasize it. You know, that 3,900 new trips, you know, that is a significant change to the trajectory of Kirchhoff Road. That's a significant increase above the current. That is something we in the city, you know, we control our own destiny, but we have to successfully develop these lots to get that traffic, to patronize other businesses. That will be a lot harder without some of the items in this plan.
Maybe just one last follow-up question for the engineer. Out of the traffic study that was conducted in the current state, do you have a sense of how many cars were stopping at businesses on Kirchhoff versus using it as kind of a throughput road?
I don't know. The study did not look at that. I can't answer that question with the data that we have.
No problem.
Interesting.
Glenn, how many parking spaces are gonna be developed with the plan along the Kirchhoff area of the road?
Sure. Let's thumb back here.
Did I miss that?
I don't think I have it in a slide here, but I believe the number is 165 to 180.
Is that the whole length?
That is the whole length, both sides. Again, you don't.
That's
I
like
shouldn't
in
say the
front of
whole
here.
length, right? We stop it at the residential section to the east, and then you lose it. So when you get towards Wilkie, we don't put parallel spaces in front of the houses there on the driveway.
I'm just looking at that. That's only, what, 2 blocks, so you're gonna put 100 and some odd, 50 cars on each side, is probably what you're saying, correct?
So yeah, from, you know, kind of that halfway point between frontage and Al, all the way over to, I want to say past Oriole, you know,
But
right
this is
around the
not,
church there.
it's not going that far. It's stopping before Oriole, way before Oriole, if I remember right. It goes back to a 4-lane road before it gets to Oriole. It's by the Baptist church, if I remember right, from the drawing. It stops just past Meadows, if I
Yeah, so
remember.
right around there is right now when the street goes from 5 to 4, and that'll be about the stopping point for that on-street parking treatment.
So you're talking about from, we're in front of the old Taco Bell, all the way across till just over here is gonna be 50 slots on both sides of the road?
I'd want to pull up the map to check that, but I believe that's right, yeah.
That's a lot of slots.
Yeah.
20, you know, parking spaces 9 by 18, parallel parking spaces a little bit more, but you know,
Yeah, but the ones that are useful, if you get this far down, nobody's gonna park this far down to go to Jewel. True?
probably none of those spaces would be used to park for Jewel. I mean, what I would expect is,
They have a parking lot.
Yeah, even Comet, they're not gonna come this far down to go to Comet.
yeah, that not this far, no.
Yeah.
I mean, would I expect some of those spaces on both sides to be used for Comet or for the firehouse or for Logman House or
Most
for
of these-
special events? Yeah, I think so.
Most
And
Part
of
of
these
it's-
are probably gonna be private parking, correct?
part of what this plan is intending to achieve is knowing that we only have so much space that's really developable. It's trying to make it make sense for people to give up some of their parking to expand. May not happen, but that's an option that becomes more available.
I would have thought you would have proceeded with that all the way past Oriole on the 1 lane, because most of the kids walk from across Oriole Lane to get across the other side, more so than they go to the crosswalk. I'm surprised you didn't go past Oriole Lane with this.
Some of this is just, if I understand your question, I mean, some of this is just, you know, we may be able to take that treatment farther or to adjust it when we're into designing it, but we really don't want to spend any more money on this if it's not going anywhere, right? I think we'll take that concept as far as it makes sense when we have folks that are going foot by foot, block by block, drawing this thing out.
The only reason I bring it up because you're talking about safety and kids crossing the street, and Oriole Lane is where most of the junior high kids cross. every day. So, you know, you're gonna stop well before that.
Sorry, Steve is informing me I may have misunderstood your question. So the on-street parking doesn't go all the way down, but the 3-lane cross-section, that is from, again, that taper down after frontage, all the way to Wilkie. So it is 3 lanes in front of
That's a change in the
Oriole.
plan, because originally I remember seeing that plan, it stopped just past the old Taco Bell. Now it's going all the way down the whole road.
Yeah, that's what's shown in the corridor plan. So it's a different section there, again, because you're in front of mostly residential, the drawing doesn't show on-street parking, but it still goes from 4 to 3.
So, explain to me how that on-street parking is gonna help businesses in a residential area, when you get that far down.
There would not be on-street parking in that section. If you'd like to give me a moment, I
So
can pull up the section.
Yeah, so you're gonna shrink the road, but what are you gonna do with this part of the road that you're getting rid of?
You can give me just one moment, we can pull this up.
Wondering if we want to take a 5-minute break
It
while
might be
you're pulling that
worthwhile.
up, and then we can reconvene fresh and get through the rest of it?
You're
Give you a
welcome
few
to, Mr.
minutes?
Chairman,
Okay,
yeah.
5 minutes, we're gonna recommence at 9:05.
That was
So a
not
little
part of
less
it.
than 5 minutes.
Those in there. There's 3 different images.
Now you can really hear me. All right, it's done. So, Mr. Cole, I think you were answering Mr. Leone's question about the parallel parking on toward Wilkie,
Yes.
or lack thereof.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is, during the transportation section of the corridor study. It has 4 segments, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 through 3 are pretty similar. There's just different widths of the road, so they do different drawings. 4 is where you really get into the, the 4-lane instead of a 5-lane cross section. So again, in 1, 2, 3, you have a through lane in each direction, a 2-way center turn lane, and parking on the outsides, bike lanes outside of that. Again, section 2, same thing, a little bit different widths. Section 3, same thing, a little bit different widths. Section 4 is where you're going narrower, and so it talks about going narrower, or it shows going narrower with no on-street parking. It does say in design, and we do think there's probably the opportunity to get on-street parking around Oriole Lane or a little bit cheating east of Meadow. That's something you can probably draw in. You just, again, you have a narrower curb to curb in that section, and it's just a little bit more difficult to work with.
Real quick question for Steve. In your studies, with parking going all the way down that residential area down Oriole, and most of those are filled up with driveways, people pulling out of that, what's the higher risk? Is that a higher risk of accidents now that you got parking along the side, and now they got to pull out not only with the parking but also pull out into a moving street that's got a little more velocity on it?
There wouldn't be on-street parking
He just
near
showed
Oriole, so that's. I mean,
he just
that's
showed the
what
map.
he's-
They've been parking all the way down past Oriole. So my question is, he just showed it going past Oriole Lane there. So my question is, most of those have driveways that outlay into the street. You got parking there now.
So the cross section here in section 4 is this section right here, which is no on-street parking.
So you're
that's-
extending out the parkway out into what used to be the 3rd lane.
Probably. But still in some of these, more commercial areas.
So where's the parking going to end? Where's it going to end on that section 4?
It just depends on how you draw it. It may end up here. They may be able to take it on the south side through some of these more commercial parts on the south end.
So what's
there
the
won't
city's
be any in
intent?
front of residential, I think is the
So you're going to stop right in front of the church, and that's as far, because the north side of the road there is all residential, correct?
I do not see on-street parking in front of residential. I don't think that would make sense. Again,
Is that in
where's
the proposal? Is that in the proposal?
The
That you won't
proposal
be-
shows, again, no on-street parking in segment 4, which is Meadow on, but it does say you may be able to work in on-street parking in parts of this segment.
Which would mean the other side of the street where there's no residences.
That would be what I
Would
would
be an
expect.
obvious one. Okay, good questions. Anything else for staff? Okay, and again, thanks to Steve for his detailed report and all the work, as well as staff in general. So now it's time for public comment, and everyone gets a chance, but again, a few caveats. Let's keep it concise, let's keep it germane, keep it civil. Please avoid repetition, and you only get one chance. You get one bite at the apple to come up to the mic, and then that's it. Let's keep it on the merits of what we're trying to decide here. It's not really going to be that helpful if you're talking about we didn't get notice or this was foisted upon us at the last minute. I didn't know about this. I think the record is clear. There's been plenty of notice, plenty of public engagement opportunities. But again, everyone's more than welcome to come up and provide some additional perspective, which again may be more than, or just an additional opportunity that you've already had at prior meetings with City Council, this commission, or at any of the engagement opportunities. So, who wants to lead us off? No particular order. We're just gonna go from front to back. Whoever raised their hand, so yes, sir.
Hello, my name is John Bassessi, 2210 Birch Lane, Rolling Meadows, Illinois. Last name Bisesi. I'm going to start out, give you a little bit of history. Well, first off, for
I need
myself.
to swear you in, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Folks, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, this has been a topic for 30 to 40 years. Kirchhoff Road Corridor. During that time, other than Mr. Gherkin over here, I was on the Plan Commission for 16 years and an alderman for 4 recently. I was very involved in the development of this comprehensive plan, which started about 6 years ago before any of these people were even in office or in their positions. I've attended all the focus meetings, as well, all the various Plan Commission meetings, another thing where the public got to speak. I'm in favor of parts of what you're going to be voting on today. I am very much opposed to any parking whatsoever on Kirchhoff Road. I believe it is not in the spirit of what the focus group said. For the roughly 3 to 4 years of various focus groups and discussions, it's not consistent with the 10 or so different studies I've seen on Kirchhoff Road over all the years. So wanted to make that a point. So my recommendation would be you can go ahead, I mean, parts of this are very good, but some of it is flawed, particularly the traffic study. And with no disrespect whatsoever to the firm that was hired, but I think their findings are very incomplete. I can tell even by the questions that the board has asked that a lot of the questions you got, well, I don't really know, or I'm going to have to get back to you on that. Common sense would tell you, you go down to 1 lane in each direction, especially where there's parking. People are going to stop in the middle of the road, back up, and try to park, parallel park. What does that do to the rest of the traffic? It's stopped. What does that do when they stop really short? One of the top causes of accidents are people stopping short. Oh, a spot. They stop. Rear end collision. Next thing, everywhere where there's not a traffic control device, in front of the Jewel, we have exits that don't have a traffic control device in front of that whole big lot. Not all of them have a traffic control device. You got 1 lane with double the traffic in that lane, theoretically, maybe not quite double. It's going to be a lot harder to get out of that parking lot. It's going to be a lot harder to get out of Library Lane. It's going to be a lot harder to get out of any place that doesn't have a stoplight at it. Second thing, safety. Safety, frankly, this study doesn't approach any real topics on safety. It concerns itself with speed a little bit, and I'll give you, speeds could be reduced. But to me, line of sight is more important when it comes to safety, and parking on the roads reduces line of sight. We had a lady here the other night testifying, saying how, I tried to make a turn out of Library Lane. It's already difficult to do it. Now, if I got cars parked on both sides of me, it's going to be really hard to see. And you're not standing up looking out. You're sitting in the car. I just don't see, I see more, it also inviting more people to cross where there's not crosswalks. Oh, it's only 2 lanes with a middle lane. I know kids. I've raised 2 boys. They went to Sandburg. I know damn well it would make it more likely to cross, not at the crosswalk. A lot of, and I'd be interested in seeing the statistics, how many of these accidents, the fatality, those types of things, happened at a controlled crosswalk? You know? Or was it between crosswalks? You know, so I see no reason for the parking. Honestly, the 3 lanes, not so, I just don't see any real reason. I think it's overkill for what we want, or what we were recommending with the comprehensive plan originally. I do agree something needs to be done. So there are things that were mentioned outside of the traffic study that you should adopt if they're not already in there. I believe most of them are already in there. I just don't believe this is keeping with the spirit of what the community and the businesses that were in all those focus groups wanted. So, and there are multiple petitions out there right now against this. And it's not just the normal people that may not know every little fact. A lot of it is common sense type things. So I'll stop with that. I could go on for an hour, but I won't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
if you would like, it would be proper if you'd like to swear everyone in at once who would like to
Okay.
testify.
So on the honor system, everyone that wants to testify, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are eventually about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes? Okay. If anyone wants to testify that didn't swear in, you will do that when you come up. So, next, going front to back with no favoritism. Front to back. Hold tight.
Sorry it takes so long. And don't say that's okay, because I'll say, okay, wait till October.
Yeah. Please state your name, spell
Roxanne
your first
Summer.
and last, and address.
Roxanne Summer, 5550 Astor Lane, Rolling Meadows. First of all, I want to say that these people involved, the staff involved, wonderful job. I've been coming to these meetings and other committee meetings since this project started, not 3 years ago, but about 18 months, something like that. And they've been on top of it. I'm no one special. I know how to read the city newsletter and look at the website and plan for going to these meetings, looking at the agendas. So I pay attention. That's the only difference. I've been here when there's only one person in the audience, me. So I'm no special. Anybody can do this. But it's a desire to do this. I'm in support of this because what we've got and what we've been doing isn't working. We need to do something. And if it's just a matter of, like Glenn says, paint on the street, we're not tearing anything up. That's fine. That's perfect because we can always switch back if we have to without any damage to the roadway. So, and by the way, total respect. No bad words out of my mouth. No, this is a stupid, no, I don't go there. It's not necessary. It's okay to disagree. It's okay to disagree, but keep your respect for other people's opinions. That's all I ask. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next. State your first and last name and spell your name and address.
Brian Simpson. Last name is Simpson, just like Bart, Simpson. I'm a resident of 3100 Town Square Drive, Rolling Meadows. I am a homeowner, a resident, a taxpayer, and a retired Catholic priest. I have had some experience before down this road. I lived here 50 years ago when George Hallis threatened to move the Bears out of Chicago, and that created an awful lot of havoc, and a lot of people suffered because they thought that was really going to happen. The Bears still don't have it done, They still have a bill in Springfield that has to pass before they can put that shovel in the dirt. So I'm not here to talk about what if with the Bears, but in terms of this traffic situation and living in 3100 Town Square Drive, it's really on Kirchhoff. And I live at one of about a half a dozen entrances and exits from businesses and residences on the south side of Kirchhoff. And trying to get in and out of there right now is just tough enough. Trying to cross the 4 lanes of traffic or the 3 lanes of traffic to the left. But to go through, creep through a parking lane too, and bike lane, and then go out and try and get left, it's going to make it more difficult. And the only place is that people who think that somebody is going to drive around Rolling Meadows to bypass a traffic light is crazy. You can't do that except through Meadow Square. It's the only place you can drive around the traffic light. You try to down any other side street, you're going to go a mile out of your way practically to get around Meadow and Kirchhoff. But getting in and out of that 76 station, they just got authorized to build that building behind them that I'm assuming is a mini mart. And now if we do this 1 lane thing, and if the traffic is backing up from that traffic light, how are people going to get in and out of that guy's business? And I may be one of those customers trying to get in and out of that business one day. And how is that going to be done? I think there's going to be a problem with that. And I think, going east, going farther west, there's a couple of other residence buildings and businesses down there that have no traffic signal access in and out of Kirchhoff. Have to rely on the same thing. What was said earlier about the lady coming out of Library Road. That could be said for people living in all those condo buildings down there, coming out trying to get on to Kirchhoff to go one way or the other. It's going to make that more difficult, not less difficult. The other thing, too, was mentioned about Oriole Road. There's no stop sign there, so why would anybody expect traffic to stop? And why didn't a long time somebody didn't think of doing what Arlington's done on Kirchhoff down near the park, put in one of those pedestrian activated signals to stop the traffic? If that's what we're worried about. And oh, by the way, when it comes to fatalities, there was a traffic accident in Rolling Meadows that was never mentioned, it's never been alluded to, and it happened a few years ago. And that's when a Chicago police officer drove with a friend at high speed eastbound on Kirchhoff, did not make the turn at Wilkie, and crashed at a pole on the east side of Wilkie, killing himself. That's the fatality that I remember. And that sticks in my mind from Kirchhoff. But Dove, half a block up from Kirchhoff, is not Kirchhoff. And what if the plan fails? What if there's more traffic? What if there's no traffic? And who do we hold accountable? Who can be held accountable if this thing becomes a disaster? I think in some ways we've started backwards because we're not Arlington or Palatine or Mount Prospect that's got high density living right by the train station where all the downtown stuff is. We don't have that. If we're going to have a walkable downtown, we need to have people there to walk. We don't have the population for that. We don't have at least the density of the population to do that kind of thing. I think what we really ought to do is turn this whole thing around and say, who are we? What is Rolling Meadows really? And what makes Rolling Meadows different from all the other communities around here? And how do we capitalize on the thing that makes us the most attractive community in this area instead of trying to be like everybody else? That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Next.
Marge Loesch, Loesch, 2906 Cardinal Drive. I'm in favor of everything except Kirchhoff. I didn't realize we were dangerous until last Tuesday. It was a dangerous road. Bicycles going along the side, parking on the street, it's all going to be chaotic. Right now, everything is quiet. It's, everybody's just traffic moving, everybody's happy. What about emergency vehicles? fire trucks, ambulances, squad cars. And there are many that go down there. And it's not just Rolling Meadows emergency. Palatine comes down, Arlington, there's other, we live on the park. We're just down from the police station. And the bears, I don't think they're going to be that much of an effect on us. They've got a lot of land out there. They're going to have their own hotels, their own restaurants, parking. We had the racetrack was over there, and things went fairly well with that. So, yeah, go with everything, but leave our street alone. It's nice. It's a good street. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Loesch. Next.
Sharon Huntenberg. I live at 2712 Rolling, which is the corner of Kirchhoff and Rolling. So my question is, when they decided Kirchhoff was a critical road or not a high road, did you take into effect that my corner and Kirchhoff and Wilkie, or was it really just the corridor?
Does staff understand the question? If we can entertain an answer.
So the level that
I'm not sure I
Kirchhoff was
understand.
high, is that including Wilkie and Kirchhoff and Rolling and Kirchhoff, where the majority of accidents are happening there?
The safety tier study looks at the corridor as a whole.
So the IDOT thing was
it's a
the
segment.
corridor,
It's a segment.
just
study.
that segment?
Yes.
Okay. My other question is, did you look at what safety things could happen by narrowing from getting off of 53 on Kirchhoff and narrowing down there at Flicker, which is right next to my house? Was that taken into consideration, if that's going to create more accidents or more traffic, whatever?
So you're referring to a merge?
Between Rolling and Flicker.
The merge would be designed in accordance with national standards, and if it's designed to national standards, there should not be a safety issue.
Okay. And then lastly, I just want to say that I agree with Brian, everything he said. So he said most of what I had to say. I think that the plan is great without the corridor diet. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Diane Bailing. The last name is spelled B as in boy, E-H-L-I-N-G. I'm at 2604 Park Street in Rolling Meadows. Been a resident here for 50 years. I really don't think that on-street parking would contribute to the vision of making Rolling Meadows a more vibrant community. The reason for that is the traffic flow. Supposedly the traffic flow on Kirchhoff right now was attested to be a very good traffic flow, and that the street could handle even a higher capacity of traffic. However, if you're narrowing the lanes, it doesn't seem to me that it could withstand a higher capacity of traffic. By living on Park Street, as you know, Park Street is one street north of Kirchhoff, parallel to Kirchhoff. We already get a lot of traffic down Park Street that are avoiding Kirchhoff. And I can see the cars, they speed down Park Street, especially when there's a doing on Kirchhoff. If it's closed for a parade or Cornfest or some other event, the cars will take Park Street as an alternative. So I can't see how narrowing Kirchhoff there would help my traffic on my street. That's one thing. For another thing, I don't think all the cars will clear the intersection on Kirchhoff with the narrowing of the lanes. And the reason for that is, instead of 2 lanes for having maybe 8 cars at the stoplight, you're going to have 1 lane of 8 cars. Now, let's say for an example that you're on Kirchhoff going west and you're stopped at the light at Meadow. You're waiting to cross, you're waiting for the green light to cross the intersection at Meadow. The green light happens, cars start going across. Say somebody wants to parallel park opposite the Comet. They may be 3 or 4 cars from the intersection, and they're stopping to parallel park. That's going to back up all of the cars that are waiting to go through that intersection. What are they going to do? They're not going to clear the intersection. Are they going to cut around into the 3rd lane, the 2-way lane, that close to the intersection? I don't think so. I think the cars are going to be backed up. So that's a flaw in that study. Another thing is, I really don't think that parallel parking is necessary on Kirchhoff. The way the houses are now, the way the businesses are now, there's plenty of off-street parking. Parking lot in front of Jewel, in front of the Endeavor Health facility, in front of the Chase Bank that is now empty. There's a lot of empty spots where people can park. I don't think people are going to utilize on-street parking. And as a result, I think a lot of people are going to ignore it as a parking lane and use it as a regular lane the way they're doing it now. So I don't think by calling it on-street parking, I don't think it's going to be utilized like that. Or if it is going to be utilized like that, I think it's going to be a hazard when people try to parallel park on the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Steve Behling, Behling. I live at 2606 Park Street. I've lived in Rolling Meadows 47 years. I walked to Carl Sandburg day in and day out. Even to this day, I use my bicycle to cross at Kirchhoff at Oriole. And I've never had a problem. Now, I wanted to say that I would encourage all of you to vote against the entire proposal, the entire corridor proposal. I actually found myself disagreeing with virtually every slide. I could find inherent contradictions, even on Proposal 2. You can look at the text left and right. Do you want franchises or do you not want franchises? There's flaws everywhere. I also wanted to say that although I am not a civil engineer, I'm not a professional engineer, I am nevertheless an engineer with 26 years of experience in microchip design. I think I know a little bit about traffic and everything associated with that. Throughput, latency, slew rate, any kind of terminology like that. And one of the things that I will say that is an inherent flaw with the engineering profession, even though to the layperson it would be seen as an appeal to experience and to an expert. One of the inherent flaws of engineering is that there is no agreed upon definition of margin for error, for example. So for example, one of the classic questions is the glass half full or half empty? What's an engineer going to say? An engineer will say the glass is twice as tall as it needs to be. Which, of course, is a ridiculous assertion. And yet, what did we hear tonight? We heard tonight that the Kirchhoff Road has 60-some-odd% more capacity than it needs. So there you go. That's exactly the same scenario. I would argue that that kind of capacity is a strength, not a weakness, for a variety of reasons, like what happens when you have construction going on Kirchhoff? What happens if there's an accident on Kirchhoff? In fact, for that matter, if you want to talk about safety, well, what about when the lanes have to merge? Now you're bringing vehicles suddenly close together. That is inherently unsafe. What about slowing down traffic to the hospital? That is inherently unsafe. And then regarding other aspects of this corridor proposal, please take a look at the history of Rolling Meadows. It was founded by Kimball Hill. This was Kimball Hill's first development in the 1950s, and he made this city based on the concept of low-density, single-family housing, and his company was profitable. along the way donating the land for our parks, our shopping centers, our schools. By design, in order to attract people to this new development, he kept it intentionally low density. He gave people the ability to own land and not be cheek by jowl next to each other. That was the entire raison d'etre for Rolling Meadows. How did the Kimball Hill Company end? Because it no longer exists. It ended here in Rolling Meadows too, on Kirchhoff. That last development was those condos. What is it, Kimball Hill? I forgot the name of it. Kimball Hill Square. That was the last thing that they built. So they went from making money profitably on low density housing, and they died making high density housing. So there's your identity. Rolling Meadows is not about high density housing. People want to live in something that they own, not in a yuppie gray shoebox. We are Rolling Meadows, and as other people have mentioned, we are not Chicago, we are not Arlington Heights, we are not Oak Park. I would suggest if you do want to bring more business, you should start tearing down the existing high-density housing, get some revenge for John G. Woods, and start cutting the taxes. Nobody wants to pay 12% at a restaurant. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Kathy Ryan, RYAN. I'm at 3600 Finch Court. What I have to say is very menial as compared to all these other brilliant comments that have been shared already. But one thing I can say is at the beginning of this, I was very confused because we're talking about wanting to bring in box stores, more restaurants, franchises, all this stuff along Kirchhoff, but we're going to squeeze the road down. It didn't make sense to me. If these places are going to be successful, you need traffic to flow. You need traffic to go flow in and out, back and forth, and everywhere. So I was very confused on that. I truly appreciate the questions that you are raising, and a couple of ones over here. Beautiful. That's what the people out here are thinking. It makes a big difference. You had indicated that this project isn't completely about safety, that it's secondary. I think we got two primary things going on, and safety is the other primary factor of it. As everybody was saying about the parallel parking, take that a step further. You've got somebody parallel parking. First of all, who in this room can parallel park on the first effort? Okay, yay, you got 3 people out of everybody. There's going to be a lot of time spent waiting for somebody to jockey in and out and go back and forth. And then that person's going to get out of the car, open their door, and to traffic. And then that person's going to get out of the car and go, oh, I'm just going to scoot over there to Pizza Hut and pick up my pizza real quick. And now they're running across the street, as was alluded already by some, and they get their pizza, and now they're going to run back across the street with their package in their hand. Now they're going to stand at the door of their car trying to open it up, and cars are trying to get by. Do the same thing on the other side of the car. Bicycles. First of all, I don't see that many bicycles on Kirchhoff Road. If I've ever seen a bicycle on Kirchhoff Road, on the road itself, you don't even see that many of them on the sidewalk. And the sidewalk is plenty wide to service any bicycle on either side, as you had indicated, the pretty cement press and all that. There's a lot more safety involved, and I would also ask how many people are in tune to looking in their rearview mirror, be it a driver or a passenger, to see if there's a bicycle coming, or an e-moto, as they are now called, as I understand, to involve all these crazy things that are out there. How many people are trained to look to go, oh, wait a minute, here comes a little guy on a bike, I better not open my door. My dad had an accident in his youth, running into a door that flung open on his way with his bicycle. And it was when he was a young kid. But there's a lot more happening here. To control speed, sure, that's important. I have often thought when I'm at an airport and you're crossing, at O'Hare, you're crossing from the limo lane, the taxi lane, to your private pickup lane. Those areas of protected crossings are raised, and the width of the cross. Why can't we do that at every one of our protected crossings? It will help slow traffic down, and if some kid or anybody wants to go wailing over, good luck to the bottom of their car. It doesn't have to be high, but just bring it up a little bit. We've got 4 crossings that you could do that at. You can do it at Rawling, you can do it at Owl, you can do it at Plaza, and you can do it at Meadow. And you could also add something like that down at Oriole. That seems to be a bit of an issue. It doesn't have to be a parking stoplight, but it can be a warning light that somebody can activate. But a simple rise, and thank you for whoever it was, I think it was you, Mr. Malone, asking about speeding tickets. How many have been issued? Is it a real problem? Accidents are sad. How many of those are actually human error of somebody just not thinking? So I say go for 3 out of 4 perspectives of the project. And my last comment, and I'm not real sure I have trust in the answers, I'm not a tree hugger, but I really respect all the trees that we have in our community. It makes our community beautiful. How many trees really will be taken down in this project? If you go over a little further down the road, let Mother Nature take our trees down as it did a couple weeks ago, and there's a big pile of items. Let those be taken down. But 1 tree comes down, shame on us to do that. We've got to keep Meadows what it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And those were material or those were non-menial comments. You said they were going to be menial, so no, those were good. Thank you for those. Next.
I'm Lynn Vicker, Vicker, Pheasant Drive, Rolling Meadows. I have one question here to start out with. What is going on with the Chase Bank site? It's been empty for years. What's going on there, staff?
Is that something, Glenn, we can speak to?
Sure. So, and I should adjust my prior comments. That is our other vacancy on the corridor. In our minds, it was not a vacancy until recently because Chase has kept paying rent there until relatively recently, earlier this year. So that property has only been available for lease. I don't know the exact number of months, but it was the start of this year. We met with the property owner before they finished concluding Chase's buyout of that lease. So most of the time that people have seen it vacant, it is unfortunate, and we don't like it. But a person was paying money for the right to not do anything with that property, and we are actively trying to help market it for a new tenant or redevelopment. I know we've spoken with some folks about that, but of course nothing public at this time.
Okay, thank you. I'm the lady that 2 people talked about pulling out of Library Lane, wondering what it would look like when there was parallel parking. But I'm going to add to that, because now I'm thinking, what's it going to look like when there's parallel parking and a bike lane to pull out? So to get a good view, would a person, I'm saying I wouldn't do this, but would a person scoot a little bit out into that bike lane and use that to get better visibility to turn left or right? I think so. And now, another subject, and this is my last one. It's said that speed isn't not a main issue. Well, I don't think that's true, because I was at the last meeting, and speed was a big issue. In fact, one of the aldermen went on for quite a while asking questions about every single accident that was on record and whether or not speeding was involved, and it wasn't. Speeding was not involved in hardly any of them. I can't remember one. Maybe there were, but hardly any of them. But I'm thinking now, I use Kirchhoff Road all the time because I live on Pheasant Drive. I never, ever see a police officer stationed anywhere to slow down traffic. Now, it's been said by staff that to hire another police officer full-time to sit on Kirchhoff Road is not possible. Well, that's probably true, but how about once in a while? Because if people think there's going to be a cop coming along or sitting there, they're going to slow down, and I believe so. And if not, then they can get their ticket, and they would deserve it. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Linda Thielen, Thielen, 4001 Raven Lane. I've been a member of Rolling Meadows for 51 years, a resident. Regarding your corridor proposition, the only complaint I have is regarding the high-rise additional housing. Our schools are overfilled right now. I don't know how we're going to put any more kids into it. That's up to you guys to figure out. Pretty much they already stated what I was going to say. Our alderman here 2 weeks ago had all the facts and figures regarding the accidents on Kirchhoff, and not one of the 100, he stated 100 I think, not one of them was cited as a speeding accident, not one of them. And I think that's a major issue because, I mean, that was one of the main issues as far as cutting our roads down to 3 lanes. I also think that if you cut it down to 3 lanes, if there is an accident, there's going to be a major holdup. I can't see people being patient. I can imagine a lot of people are going to avoid Rolling Meadows if you cut it down and there's traffic issues. The other thing would be, I don't see anything in your study regarding Oriole. If that is an issue regarding the kids crossing and whatnot, I think we should be addressing that rather than cutting down from 4 lanes to 3. We worked hard to go from 2 lanes to 4 lanes. I hate to think we just repaved everything to have it torn up again. And I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Joe Saffron again. Name hasn't changed since 7 o'clock. A lot of my things I was going to speak to have already been brought up. At the committee of the whole meeting the other night, they also talked about the e-bikes. And with that being in the bike lane on Kirchhoff, I don't think a lot of people are used to the speed that those things actually are coming at. With kids coming in and out of the car, usually on the sidewalk side. I could see more potential for accidents with kids opening their door into a bike. Like was brought up too about approaching into the coming off of Plaza Lane or Library Lane or one of those roads. Even stopping at the parked car if it's there. The back of your car could possibly still be blocking the bike lane for an e-vehicle or e-bike. We really don't need a bike lane on Kirchhoff with the configuration of the downtown corridor or whatever at this point with the 7 foot 8 inch sidewalks that are there. Again, I like to see the increase in pedestrian traffic and bike traffic down there. I think it's going to happen. But again, I think it's going to slow people getting across Kirchhoff. The width of the road is not changing. I do see a lot more people out with mobility issues on scooters and stuff like that. We need to take into consideration it's going to take longer for them to get across the street. And that hasn't really been brought up too much. And with nothing being done downtown, as far as businesses changing or needing parking, it was brought up that people are not going to view that as a parking area currently if you restriped it and did what you wanted to do to make it a parking along Kirchhoff. And I can see people still using that as a lane. Maybe someone by the townhouses might park there because it is easy to get in and out of their house or something like that. But now we have distracted drivers, and a lot of them, they might not realize that that car is parked there in a parking spot because we allow it now. And again, another accident which could be avoided. We don't have the businesses arranged to support it right now. And the property management groups that have the parking lots and stuff, even when I asked the city council, they haven't even approached them to find out what they can do with the property. So we're assuming that they want to build the businesses along the sidewalk of Kirchhoff and what we envision, but the businesses aren't asking us to do that. They're still happy with the parking situation that they have, the buildings that they have. They're filled, they're making money, but we haven't even asked them, hey, what can we offer you? What can we do as a city to have you redevelop that parking lot, bring in more businesses? We're not going to get an Olive Garden. We have a McDonald's. That's the biggest chain you're going to get down there. But we lost the town center concept when we put in Meadow Square. The residents asked, don't do it, but we can't turn back the clock now. We should be listening to the people because we're the ones watching what's been going on, and we don't need to be engineers or doing studies. We just look to see what people are doing. The traffic studies and stuff that you show, the diagrams and everything flows, this is the way it's gonna work, but you don't put the fact of how people react and operate and go throughout their life. So all that stuff is skewed by the way that people just conduct their life. Like you said, with parking or speeding or... I live on Central and people are allowed to park on Central, but they don't. Because the street's wide enough, they do speed, and usually once or twice a year, someone's car is getting hit if it's parked on the street. So the residents in that neighborhood all know you don't park on Central, especially during, the school year. They are distracted, they don't see a parked car, whether it's a daytime, nighttime, someone's car is gonna get clipped. So, again, you could restripe it, reconfigure it. I don't think it's really gonna be what you want in the downtown area. Sorry.
Thank you. Next. Anybody in the back or in the front that may have been passed by?
My name is Pam Haas. I live at 3604 Fremont Street, and I'd like you to think about the businesses that we already have in town that are against this. They feel that it's going to take away from their business. I've specifically talked to Fratello's, and he said that if this happens and his business goes down, he'll just close up. And that's sad, because the businesses that we do have, we would like to keep. I mean, there was a time when we had, as you mentioned, Crawford, and we had our own downtown and we had everything we needed, which we don't have anymore, and we have to go out of our town to spend our money. And the places that we do have, we'd like to continue to spend our money. That's all I have.
Thank you. Sir. Oh, ma'am.
Sorry, I'm not one for public speaking. I work in a lab. My name's Jocelyn Rodrigue. I live at the Wellington buildings right over here on Kirchhoff.
Spell your last name, please.
Rodrigue, R-O-D-R-I-G-U-E.
And your first name.
Jocelyn, J-O-C-E-L-Y-N.
Got it. Okay.
So I was actually hoping you guys could pull up the slide for Zone 1, the big area right in front. It's the green area that you had on the Zone 1.
Zone 1, segment 1?
It was the area of properties that you're looking to put in, Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3. Site 1, sorry. Yes, so our building, you can see it at that corner right there. So right now it's a nice green area. I almost, if this goes through, would flip the building and put it at that corner because there's nothing there at that corner. That's a stoplight. And I put that green gentrification area, the number 1, where the parking lot is. So then it would kind of flow. It would be like a nice park area in front of our building where we look out, and it would flow right into the Carolyn Bell area. That would be my suggestion for that versus having another parking lot right there. You could do the parking like around the building and make it more kind of, I don't know, small kind of business, what do you call that? Kind of mom and pop shops where you got like Comet, you know, with the parking around it at the corner versus, anyways, this was just a suggestion. The other thing, the second part was with the Kirchhoff Road being narrowed. I pull out there and there's no light there. Right now, I think you guys are talking about the space between cars. There's room for me to pull out. And I turn left every morning to go into the city. If it goes down to 3 lanes, I was watching your feeds go through there, that time actually shortens. And I know it was on fast, but it shortened by about half. And I just know going down to 2 lanes, me trying to make a left turn out of there with no light. And it's not just our buildings, there's other buildings down next to us that are residential, and they got cars coming in and out. There's no light there. There's the light at Jewel, which services those condo buildings, but then next to those condo buildings, the areas that come out, there's no light there either. So you have all these people coming in and going out on Kirchhoff. That's not just a destination area where people are going to Jewel or going home. It's, you know, residential is coming in and out. And, you know, I understand that the far end, east end of Kirchhoff is residentials as well. So I feel like there's business, but I would like to see more gentrification as far as like greenery into the city versus just building buildings to try to bring business in. I know some people mentioned try to bring business into the buildings we already have. So, I don't know. That's about all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
if I could briefly.
Please.
So we can put on the screen if you like, but I would just note, for Site 1 and Site 3, each of those has 2 different concepts, and so we only put one on the screen right there just for brevity. The other concept is exactly what you were asking for. So it flips the building towards the hard side, and it puts the park towards the center of that block. So just wanted to note that.
So on that topic, Mr. Cole, I mean, with these city-owned sites, I mean, part of it, you're looking to get some private development, at least on part of it, and I guess the takeaway is to Ms. Rodriguez's comment was these plans are not finalized yet. They're subject to change, and a lot of it could depend on what private business wants to come in, working with the city to determine what it's going to be. So this is, in other words, you know, the Site 1 is still pretty much, I don't know what the right phrase is, up in the air or there's a lot left to do to get it ready to go. I mean, there's nothing definitive, this is what we're doing to it, correct?
Sure. So what distinguishes sites 1 and 2 from site 3 and a lot of other developments is just, you know, we the city control the site. We get to choose who we sell it to. In addition to, you know, regulating as to zoning, you know, part of our selection process is what people are proposing to do on the sites. In this case, you know, so we've made these different sketches. They're illustrative. As you said, people may do something else. These may not pencil out, and so on. We don't try to do a whole development for someone. But especially on these sites, this is really part of our vision for how we try to sell them and select a developer who can realize them, and to be perfectly direct, to make sure we are selecting a developer who understands that and has the financial and technical ability to build it quickly. So it's part of the process.
Yeah, I think they looked at site 1 and turned that way because they were making it an entranceway into the city of Rolling Meadows. That was gonna be like a gateway.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So that you knew you were coming into Rolling Meadows. If you flip the building, you can't do that.
That's a good point. Sir.
Ready?
Good to see you again.
Okay. Name Dale
Name?
Ingle King.
Yeah.
3206 Plum Grove Drive in
Sorry, your
Rolling Meadows.
name, Dale King?
Ingle King.
Ingle King, please
Yes.
spell that.
ENGELKING.
Okay.
70-year resident of Rolling Meadows. I'd like to start with Glenn. I'm not a civil engineer. I don't claim to be, but I have been in construction for 50 years. So I do know a little bit about road work and building. So, you know, I can't digest somebody trying to feed me information that doesn't even live in our town. He lives on the North Shore. So what works up there, what works up there doesn't work in Rolling Meadows. Same thing with the city manager. I don't know where he lives, but they come up with these plans and they try to douse it down long-time resident Rolling Meadows people. And I just don't think it's right. I mean, I listened to him on the Tuesday council meeting between him and the mayor. I about fell asleep after about an hour and a half of them going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But anyhow, the reason it seems like the problem that everybody has on Kirchhoff Road is Oreo and Kirchhoff, and the speed limit. 82% of the people go over the speed limit, but yet there's no enforcement on Kirchhoff Road. Now, I don't know if any of you are all familiar with Central Road and Bussey Road. Just east of there, they have a park, and they have signs on both sides. Stop when people are in the crosswalk. If they're looking for something to put at Oreo and Kirchhoff, I think that'd be a great idea. I grew up here. I grew up on Campbell and Oriole. I walked to Kimball Hill when they had the old Kimball Hill. I walked to Carl Sandburg. I had no problem. The problem we have today with kids is they either got the headphones on or they're texting on the phone all the time, and they're not paying attention to the traffic, which kids will be kids. I was one once too. But if we want to put up something to where if there's people in the crosswalk, stop. That was one of them, but that would solve a lot of it. But the problem I have too is that there's no enforcement. Your own traffic study said 82% of the people went over the speed limit. I mean, and I shouldn't say it, but I went down Kirchhoff Road, and because I'm retired, and I go 35 miles an hour. I had 2 cops go by me. I mean, I'm not going to say names, but 2 cops go by me on Kirchhoff Road doing more than 35 miles an hour. And as far as bike paths and that, I've done my own little survey through the summer. I go up and down Kirchhoff probably 2 or 3 times a day, going to places. And the most people I've seen on those sidewalks were 8. 8 was the top. I just came by there today at 3:30 in the afternoon. There were 3 people, 2 adults on a bike and 1 kid. So as far as making anything more wide, accommodating bikes, I think we have enough right there. As far as that goes. I got another, what else we got here? The bike lanes that they're proposing along the street, how are they gonna be protected from the cars that they plan on parking along the shoulder? Is it gonna be another park? Are they gonna infringe on the curb? Or are they gonna squeeze everything together to have a bike lane on each side? That wasn't addressed. And I know they had a little on our overpriced traffic study, in my opinion. They showed cars when it was that, traffic, when it's 2 lanes instead of 4. But they didn't show people stopping, like the one lady or gentleman said, trying to parallel park. That's gonna back up traffic. So, and another thing that was brought up on Tuesday, a lady asked about snow removal. And they didn't have an answer. Well, we haven't thought about that, was the answer that I heard. And then the other one says, well, we have to come to that, if we get this program going. So that's another problem. And then the car doors, like the one gentleman said. And then we're not Milwaukee, so whatever studies they do in Milwaukee is irrelevant. It's that, or Oak Park. This is Rolling Meadows. We're a special community here. And one other thing, they talk about parking. And then they said, according to our assistant city manager, that we have plenty of parking on the west side of the shopping center. So what's the need for parking? If there ever becomes a need for parking on the street, I'll be the first one here raising my hand and wanting for it. But you got to show me that the businesses. Oh, and by the way, we had a business guy that owns a business, went to all the businesses on Kirchhoff Road, and all the businesses were against it. Were against reducing the lanes. So, except for one, and that was City Hall. He said they had one that was for it, that was City Hall. But the rest of the businesses didn't want it. So are we gonna go for a pipe dream and do a maybe? Or is it reality and let's see what happens down the road? One other thing as far as parking. The Army barracks that they built on the old Dominic site has a huge detention area. And there's acres of detention area there. I would guess, I'm just guessing, maybe 1.5 acres, 2 acres. Now, Glenn should know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about storm traps. Storm traps are concrete structures that are put in the ground and it stores water. And you can make parking over the top of it if I'm not going to be corrected. Is that true, Glenn, or not? So we're looking at a couple of acres of land in that detention area, which, by the way, has weeds like this. My grass gets more than this, you're going to get cited. But if you guys drive by that area and look, they got weeds there. That's not maintained. But yeah, there's possibility. There's acres, a couple of acres that they could have parking there if the city needed it that bad. But that should have been a condition when they built those, that it should have been a storm trap instead of an open, ugly detention area. But other than that, as you can probably guess, I'm against changing the lanes. And I really want to thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hi, my name is Betsy DeJamus. It's DJAMOOS.
I live at 2507 South Street, and I am in the corridor zone. My house is in it. Probably not going to be very popular here because I support the plan in full, all four pieces of it. And I want to applaud Rolling Meadows for the vision that it has for the near and far future with this plan. I think this plan looks to a time when many of us are no longer driving. This seems to be an opinion between people who are looking at the road as totally being in your car. As someone who lives right off of Kirchhoff, I look at it as my neighborhood, and it's bisected by a road that would be put in by a highway department, not a local community. I'm in full support of all four parts of the plan, and I'm not confused by any of the reports. I am a former commercial developer who did this for a living. I worked with staff and traffic experts and planning experts, and I've read everything, and it makes a lot of sense. If I was a developer, I would want to see a town with a vision like the plan, the whole plan with the traffic, before I invested. It makes a big difference. I think the condos and the apartments, they may not have been popular, but they're there, and it's something that a future business would look at as good local foot traffic to come in. As far as street parking goes, if it is a benefit to the parcels that are undeveloped or empty, that are on the street, and they take advantage of the new zoning plans for street-facing properties, if that's interesting to them, then why not? Especially if it helps the city sell the properties. It brings in the revenue for the sale and then guaranteed revenue for tax bases. So I don't see why that's such a big problem. As a new business owner, I wouldn't rely on private property, the jewel lots, for my parking across the street. All the talk about not seeing bicycles and pedestrians, you will rarely see me and my family walking or riding our bikes on Kirchhoff. It's not safe. Drivers don't respect pedestrians or bikers. The speed is too fast. We will ride on the sidewalks when we need to, but people don't expect us on bikes to be on the sidewalks with driveways. We've had a lot of near misses. So if you're driving by and you don't see people, it's because we don't feel safe on that road. And that's our neighborhood. And it being only 44% capacity, to what that means to us is it's unused real estate. So to make the neighborhood more livable by putting in a bike lane, it makes it more appealable to people. We're not all going to be here in 10, 15, 25 years. We want to make sure our neighborhood is sustainable, our values and our houses are sustainable with people who haven't grown up here. These road diets like this are proven. Most of them are fixing decisions that were made before there was experience with situations like I think we have on Kirchhoff. And there's nothing in what I've seen in the reports that doesn't have best practices that can be chosen from to make it work. I also wanted to bring up that the Zero Vision Initiative has studied road safety around stadiums, and one clear example out of many is what happened with the Cleveland Brown games at the stadium. There was a 33% crash increase, which is proven by other studies that show 1 in 12 drivers leaving stadiums are drunk. There's also plenty of studies that show line of sight actually improves with narrower roads and slower speeds. So someone asked, who's going to be responsible if we do this? and something happens, I think I'm the only one here who's going to stand up and ask who's going to be responsible if we don't. So thank you for your time. Thank you for all your hard work on this.
Thank you, ma'am. Boy, they just keep coming.
You build and we will come.
That's right. Waited all this time.
So my name is Janine Konkoleski. I live at 3208 Plum Grove Drive. Janine is Jeanine. Konkoleski is Konkolewski. My feeling, more obstacles, more safety issues. And it's been said by many people. I know 30 or 35 years ago, Kirchhoff was only 3 lanes, and they increased it. So I don't think we should go backwards. Less lanes do not increase traffic flow. So I don't know how they come up with that. And as stated, I think a couple people brought it up, flashing lights with a well-designated pedestrian walkway does work. It is over by Hersey High School on Thomas. It is on Central Road over by CCC, Central Community Center. And they push the button, the lights all go off, and it gives the through fare. So that may be an answer to the Oriole problem. Instead of changing a whole configuration of a roadway. And I don't know, you had mentioned about landscaping, maybe that would be something to mention. Well, if our landscaping is anything like on Wilkie Road right now, it's just weeds growing. They planted a ton of trees, but it has not been maintained. That would not help. So it would be nice to have a plan, as you had mentioned, Milton. I don't know if you're aware, online there's a petition going on to say no to the Kirchhoff corridor, and over 1,175 people, I'm sorry, it just switched, 79 people have signed on to that to say no to the diet. Also, Rolling Meadows has to become a little more welcoming to businesses. I know about a couple years ago there was a business survey that was given, and Rolling Meadows came up with an F on it. So we really have to listen to our businesses, and the businesses that we have, we don't want to lose. And I know the businesses are not for this diet. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Come on up. Come on down.
Come on down.
Good evening. My name is Fred Vogt, spelled V-O-G-T. I am a resident of Arlington Heights. I am the Rolling Meadows Historical Society president. I was 23 years the Public Works Director here in Rolling Meadows. The last couple of years also Community Development Director. I want to tonight advocate in terms of good planning. One of the last things that I did in my role here as staff before I retired was to shepherd through the comprehensive plan in 2019 here at the Plan Commission. It's probably my last meeting with the Plan Commission, and then with the City Council. I believe in good, thoughtful planning. And as such, I think that this proposal is one very good for the city to adopt, with a few exceptions that I will get to in a moment. But you have to have a plan. Plans might be implemented in full. They might change. They may never be adapted at all. But you got to plan and look forward to the future. And you got to be receptive to a certain point to change, because change is inevitable, to keep going. So I think the overall plan concept for a 3-lane cross-section is good. I think there are a lot of benefits to it. But I would caution the Plan Commission and ultimately the City Council to consider some milestones. Having heard and having had some discussions over past months with staff, I'm not real clear as to what the impetus is for doing a 3-lane reduction and putting parking on Kirchhoff Road with just paint or with striping or with signage. I'm not sure that that's any more than an experiment at this point, but it may be something that's warranted in the future. Parking on street at this point, if there isn't a need for it, a demand for it, a benefit for it in redevelopment or development of some of the vacant properties, why do it? You've heard a number of comments about that. I'm not going to go into more of that, but you know, to have it part of a plan if it's needed, I think that's wise. I think that's proper. But do it when it's needed. Implement it incrementally when it's needed. Bike path, maybe that's what the closed outside lanes could be initially instead of parking. They could also be striped off to keep cars from or vehicles from driving on them. You could widen the remaining through lanes of Kirchhoff Road by a couple of feet. There's a number of different things you can do than to try to cram parking into Kirchhoff Road when it's not needed at this point in time. The other thing that's been talked about is the speed. That the speed of Kirchhoff at 35 miles per hour is a safety concern. I think for a number of my years here, every few years we looked at speed studies of Kirchhoff Road and never lowered it for a variety of reasons at that time, but perhaps that should be one of the milestones or something to look at further, that if the lane reductions would take place, that a consideration down to, say, 30 miles an hour would be appropriate and might, from an engineering standpoint, be warranted to do that at that point. So the last thing I just wanted to say is I commend staff, commend the city for looking at all of this. Hopefully, in terms of redevelopment, with budgeting from the city, whether there's grants out there, tax increment financing, special service areas. There's a number of different tools that I hope and trust that the city will look at going forward for the Kirchhoff corridor. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Cole, to one of Mr. Voigt's comments, if the plan is approved, including the road configuration, is it possible to delay the implementation of the parallel parking until, let's say, those opportunity sites are developed and or some of the other property gets turned over so that there's maybe more of a need for it? Is that going to be part of a given that it's may not be done on day one?
Sure. So that's...
What's the flexibility there, and who decides that?
Who decides that is easy. It's the same answer I always give, which is the city council. I guess I don't get a laugh track tonight like the snow plowing comment. What are you going to do? You know, I think the idea of flexibility and how we implement it, this is good. It was something we put some thought to at the time when it came out. Certainly, as I said in the presentation, I mean, on-street parking we think can have some benefits, but if folks are really opposed to on-street parking, I mean, that's fine. Our recommendation would still be 3 lanes instead of 5. That just, in a vacuum, that brings up the cost of this project because now you're moving around a whole lot more curbs and so on. The issue with implementing this flexibly over time, again, support and concept, how do you do that practically? If we move the curb out, it's a lot more expensive to move the curb back. There's not a whole lot we can do to, at least that we came up with in our conversations, to fill 18 feet, so 9 feet lateral on each side, give or take, of those parking spots with something that matters, right? If we just stripe it off as a gore, you can do it. I mean, you can put in obstacles and things, but just it's hard to actualize having just empty asphalt that no one will use, but we can turn it into on-street parking when that time comes. It's been easier for us to picture it as, well, it's on-street parking and people just won't use it until they need to. I mean, we can keep looking at that. I mean, certainly we'd love to find an idea if that would give folks some more comfort, but a lot of this just hinges on, 5 versus 3 is probably the threshold question. And again, if folks were opposed to on-street parking, you could look at other options there.
Got it. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, just a close cousin to this is I do want to respond to briefly, is the idea that, let's not do this until development comes. I've never heard of that in application here. I've never seen that. The businesses or the forms of development that will rely on on-street parking will expect the government to be the first mover in providing that. Especially in the scope of what we're doing here, there's not the sorts of major investment that would come along with, and so I think it would be proper for the city to move first in that world.
I just want to understand the order of operations and the thinking here. So basically, the thought behind going from 5 lanes to 3 is safety improvement. Is that the number one consideration? Is that fair?
You get safety. You do get just general walkability, bikeability benefits.
Okay, so improving the walk score basically, and safety would be
walk scores
up there.
Calculated differently, but yeah, I mean that comes along with it. And then a third way to do that, and how to achieve that cheaply, honestly, is you stripe it as on-street parking, and then on-street parking can come with its own set of benefits.
But hold on, what I'm missing is, so basically you go from 5 to 3, walking improves, safety improves, and the issue is that then you have a gap on both sides of the street, right? And this on-street parking is meant to fill that gap, basically, because there's not a better solution for the 2 lanes that are taken away than parking right now. That's the cheapest solution. Is that, am I fair?
I mean, it's a cheap solution, so you don't have to move the curb. There's not other amenities without moving the curb that we thought of, at least in our original works around. You can just diagonal stripe it. You can stripe it all as a gore. I mean, you see that in like center medians. We just didn't know that would be as effective for reducing speeds, or again, without adding. You might picture the yellow delineators, the white delineators, which were just lampooned very well in the new King of the Hill reboot. So I always hesitate to contradict popular culture, but you can put those in to prevent people from just using it as a passing lane. We went through a few iterations, but just not too deeply, because we couldn't find a whole lot of examples of that approach. If we could find an approach that worked, I probably wouldn't be opposed to it as a recommendation.
So there is a path where you could have the bike lanes only for folks that want to bike. You could also keep some gap open for emergency vehicles, like the concerns that came up, but not need the on-street parking yet, right? Because it doesn't. What we're hearing is that there might not be a need for it at this point. Is that fair or no?
I think so, and I think if that was the direction we were given, we could figure out how to. We could find a way. You could widen the on-street bike lane. You can widen the separation between the two. There's a lot of different things we could use to try to eat up that extra room.
And then last question, is there a mechanism for the city to potentially purchase some of the excess parking from Phillips Edison from that Jewel Osco lot to create a city lot in case we ever grow to a point where the businesses need extra parking in that corridor, or is that not an option for the city?
It is an option. I mean, to go back to one of the comments that was raised, we have had preliminary conversations with folks along the corridor. Some of this is just to have real conversations. I mean, it's chicken and the egg, but I need a plan. I need a plan that lays out a vision and that directs us and that shows the city's committed to implementing some of this stuff. So there have been conversations with Phillips Edison, nothing with dollar sign on it. People are economically rational, right? We could buy it as city parking. I mean, certainly I think that's overtly talked about in the plan at the back towards Kimball Hill, where there's very little need for Phillips Edison to have private parking, but there would be a lot of benefit to having public parking for the park back there. That's probably an exception to the rule. I mean, I think, if you were to start to build a public parking supply around Kirchhoff Road, the natural place to do it is on the street, right? There's not really, with very odd exceptions, there's not really town centers, especially in this part of the country, that have public parking there aren't town centers without on-street parking, generally speaking.
But even like Arlington Heights, they have a parking garage, right? Like that's available.
Absolutely agree, but I think it would be very odd to have a surface lot or a parking garage without taking advantage of the free land you've got in the right of way.
Well, you also have the negative with Des Plaines. They had the large parking garages as well, and they tore them down.
Yeah,
Correct.
that's fair. No, I'm just curious. If we grew, it's a hypothetical that we could potentially use the lots that are available. So, yeah.
To Commissioner Leone's point, so I don't know the full history there. I know they just are building a parking garage again, I believe, or expanding onto it. I don't have the numbers handy, but I mean, we've worked out the cost difference. I mean, that new parking garage they're building in Des Plaines, I'm looking to $14 million, somewhere around there. I mean, the cost per space is 10, 20, 50x. I don't want to guess on a number, but a lot more than just paint on existing asphalt.
Well, and the other thing too, in Arlington Heights, that parking garage, even though it's public, is really designed for the
Train station.
Well, not the train station, it's for the development right next door. If you look, there's a bridge that goes across from the apartment complex. It's really there to support the parking. It just happens to have 2 extra floors that they use for public parking, but otherwise. But I just remember when they did the Arlington Heights development, they had a plan and they had people committed already to buying those parcels of land and building those high rises. They had commitments already in place before they even decided that they were going to introduce that to the public. In this case, we're kind of on a whim, and if we do this, they will come. And if they don't come, we'll come back and do it another time. This is like the 3rd or 4th plan we've seen for businesses to come, and I just don't see any vision for this to work any different than the previous plans didn't work.
Okay. Yes, sir, in the back. Come on forward.
Come on up.
Good evening. Roger Fox from 2803 Owl Lane, just a few houses down. And I would like to see you make a recommendation to move forward with the 3, 1, 2, and 3, and hold off making a recommendation on the transportation portion. The other thing I would like to recommend to the city and to the staff, if we want this to be a town center, then we need to start using it as a town center. We took and moved some of our activities that we had down to Central Road, our Christmas tree lighting and some of the other festivities. If you're gonna have a town center, then you gotta use it like a town center. And the businesses that are there currently, end up getting a lot of customers when we have those events. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Come on up. Microphone's getting a lot of use tonight. So that's good. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Yanko Dimchev, and I am resident of Glenview, but I own a business in Rolling Meadows.
Could you spell your name, sir?
Yanko Dimchev, Yanko Dimchev.
Okay.
And I'm sorry if I smell for onions, but I own a restaurant. It's called Phoenix Flame.
Sounds good right about now.
Yeah. It's called Phoenix Flame. I was just waiting for. I just came back last night from Europe on vacation, and I saw so many good things that people use it. Whatever they have, they use it. And I am very, very pleasantly surprised that somebody posted on social media that today is the meeting, and I left everything and I came. So the reason I came here, 1,000,000% I support that the staff what they try to do. So some residents they say that the business is gonna go away if you reduce it from 5 to 3. From my suggestion, from my point of view, that's not gonna affect any business in a bad way. It's gonna bring a lot of businesses. It's gonna be like everybody when they slow down, driving slow, they can see left and right, what is there, let's go check right there. So I'm asking everyone here in this room, what Rolling Meadows they know it. For example, France they know it champagne. Italy they know it pasta. What Rolling Meadows they know about people. Schaumburg, they know it as a businesses. Arlington Heights, they know it's something else. Street, food, walking, talking, but Rolling Meadows, when I present my business to the other business, how can I say, to different business partners to try to do it, they know what is Rolling Meadows. Where is Rolling Meadows? Now is the moment to have to start changing a mentality of the Rolling Meadows. Now is the time to change the view of Rolling Meadows. Because Rolling Meadows has a potential, and I see that. That's why I brought here. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I didn't sleep. My hours are different. I'm 8 hours behind. And I'm tired. So now is the time to change the mentality of the business, the housing, the residents, for the streets, for anything, to have a lot of attention to Rolling Meadows. And I believe now is the moment to start remodeling the house. If we don't, the mentality is going to stay the same. If we don't do nothing now, if we don't act like now is the moment, it's going to be the same like 50 years ago. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Going once? Twice? Okay. Comment period's closed, and again, thanks to everyone for your comments and testimony. It's obvious that everyone in this room cares about the city as much as we do up here and staff does, so it's really appreciated. They were great all-around comments from a variety of perspectives.
Forget to close it.
Yeah. So, any other questions of staff before we move to the next piece? So I think it's getting late. We want to try to get to a vote and get out of here before tomorrow. So, I mean, I think, there's a couple different ways to do it. I think it's relatively clear what the issues are. I think I have a decent handle on how some of my fellow commissioners might vote. but not necessarily everybody. And so we want to try to get to some affirmative vote, one way or another, to move this thing along to the city council. And so, as Glenn said, I think there's 3 basic options before us. I think we could talk a little bit about them and what each of you, what your perspectives are on them, but I don't know that we all need to do that much speechifying. I think no one's really going to convince others of their position. I think we've been through this before, but it's, we can certainly talk as much as we want. But I would be open to suggesting, we've got the 3 options for the motion, and maybe taking a bit of a straw poll for each one in turn. And if anyone wants to say a few words about why they would vote for a particular option, they're more than welcome to. And so, the 3 options are: vote for recommendation for the entire thing, which is the study and the traffic reconfiguration. Second option is vote for the study without the traffic configuration or road diet, which, by the way, I don't think that's a very good term. Who likes diets? And no one likes to diet, and we're not really in need of a diet if we can believe Steve in the traffic study. We're less than capacity, so we're not overeating, so to speak, as I see it now, nor in 2050. So I don't like to use that term, but whatever term you want to use is fine. The third option would be to recommend to deny the entire thing. And now, again, these are just recommendations, and whatever happens, the city council will do. Maybe they'll take us into account, maybe they won't. So for the first option, recommending the whole study, and there's a lot of good things in there. Obviously, the most controversial part is the traffic. Is anyone in favor of voting in the affirmative for that? I, for one, would be voting in the affirmative for the entire thing. So, Anybody else?
Yes.
I'd be in favor, but one sticking point for me is I'm okay with the 5 to 3, but the parking, I'm still not sold on that last piece of it. So.
That's where I am.
So what do you all think in terms of that? I know we were talking about that at the end, in terms of maybe a phase-in or...
The whole thing with the flexibility of the parking.
Okay. In terms of maybe phasing in the parallel parking?
We're looking at alternative options to keep a bike lane, but maybe not
Sure.
parking initially.
Okay.
Like I'd be open to that.
Okay. So without that, with just the straight up, no modifications, we only have 3. Is that fair to say? Others would not vote for the entire,
I think you have 4.
for whatever reason.
I think you have 4. You have
Well, with...
Yes, have the whole thing.
Yeah, it's us 3, but then we've got Commissioner Furstein and Modi, they want some changes.
Right.
So I'd be open to those changes. I think
would
we
be
could
too.
get to the same place regardless.
Right.
Just may take time in terms of implementing the plan. So would that make sense to you two?
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Now, we know Mr. Commissioner Leone and Burchard. Sounds like you guys you have concerns, obviously, about the traffic study
Number 2.
piece.
Yeah, number 2.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you'd be in favor of number 2.
Yeah,
See
I
what's
think if the
behind
city,
here,
if
number
the
2.
city council wants to implement it, they can do that. That's their power to do that. But I've been too many of these, I've put up 5 or 6 businesses. I've seen these traffic studies be totally wrong, overall. And I just don't think they're gonna achieve the safety. I think there's be very frank, I think we're throwing safety around as just hey, we're gonna catch everybody's eye on this and say safety is the main reason we're doing this. That's not the case in this case. I personally, ride 20 miles a day. I'm not gonna go on the street, to Kirchhoff Road. And I don't think anybody else is. Even if you put a bike path in, they're not gonna go on the street because now you doubled the traffic in one lane. And now you gotta watch out for people opening their door because they're parking on the street, overall. So you got more of a hazard than you had when you started with the plan. And I don't think it's gonna achieve the thing. I think what's gonna happen is people are gonna get off onto Algonquin or Euclid and bypass Kirchhoff, which means there's less traffic on the road, which means you're gonna get less people coming to do businesses in Rolling Meadows. I mean, part of this is the reason they widened that road was to get more traffic, to get more people into the city. Now we're going the opposite effect and shrinking it because of the fact that we're trying to get more businesses in by shrinking the road. That's,
Sure.
I think it's just not gonna happen.
Understood. Commissioner, anything to add?
Well
or
put.
Second that.
Yeah.
These are great points. I mean, this is a judgment call. Some of this is philosophical. You either kind of see the one side or the other. Admittedly, to me, this is a bit of a leap of faith. We need to look to the future. There's all sorts of what ifs about horrible traffic accidents or road congestion. Frankly, I don't really see it. And do those concerns in the present day, whatever we can think of, do they outweigh the positives that could come of this looking into the future? And I'm tending to lean toward the latter. Look to the future. Again, this is a bit of a leap of faith, but things aren't really working out all that great right now as it is. And so right now, we're just a drive-by as I see it. We're not a destination. And, this is not going to turn into Lakeshore Drive at 5 p.m. Or Fullerton Avenue, or something like that. I just don't see it. I think I give weight to the traffic study. I just think it's a risk worth taking. I'm going to defer to the city to implement it in their judgment, and I would be open to deferring on the parking until the time is right, given the discretion to the staff and/or city council. So anything else to add before we vote?
Don't forget to close the section.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks for everyone's input and feedback. I think it was a good debate. So if there's nothing else, can I then have a motion to close the public hearing in the matter?
A motion to close the public hearing in the comprehensive land use plan amendment incorporated Kirchhoff Road study into the comprehensive plan and sub-area.
Motion by Commissioner Gerken. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Burchert. By voice vote, all in favor, please state yes.
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 All opposed, please state no. With 7 yeses and 0 no's, the public hearing in the matter is now closed. So question for staff, how should we incorporate into the motion some consideration to kind of defer the implementation of the parallel parking? Or how would you recommend that we do that?
Not only that, but can I make a suggestion?
Sure.
Any changes to that lane, because if it just turns out to be a failure overall, once they change it, you're gonna put parking in there. So my question is can we defer any changes to those outside lanes until we get more information? You can close the lanes off by putting speed bumps or something there to prevent people from driving on it, but leave the lane there. This way, if we have to go back, we can go back without substantial expense.
Well, I think that's what we would do, right, if we're gonna delay it.
I don't know, I think they want to
I don't know, is this an idea that we can pursue, Glenn, to kind of modify the motion, or are we better off just going straight up or down?
I think modifying the motion, again, I talked through some of the practical difficulties there. We can keep looking at it. To Commissioner Leone's point, I would clarify that some of the curb line does change either way, right? At the intersections, we need to bring that from 5 lanes to 3. That's not terrible to undo. It's not the same as redoing asphalt and curb in the intersections.
Once you move those curb lanes in, you're basically gonna have to do asphalt and everything else. You're gonna rip everything up, correct?
Just at the intersection.
It's still quite
Just
a
the
bit
4 corners of the intersection.
Then you pretty much might as well put the parking in.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? At that point, you're putting the curbs out there, you might as well put the parking in.
is anything to be gained by requiring the parking to be delayed, but it's still up to staff and or council to determine implementation.
I think it makes sense to put that in your motion, and we'll present some options to the city council next Tuesday, or if they'd like us to take more time to look at it, later than that. But I think that sounds like that expresses the sense of the commission, and it's responsive to the testimony you've received.
I mean, that's what we can get a vote on. I'd rather vote on as much of it as we can than just putting in the trash can the road configuration. So if we've got the vote, so if that is workable, again, I think that leaves options for down the road. If commissioners agree, did you get that, Glenn? Since you're our
To delay
crack.
parking and consider other options, would that be okay?
Yeah, so I think the real essence of what I'm hearing is to reduce from 5 to 3,
We're gonna
but
say
to look at other uses.
for the parking,
To look at uses other than parallel parking.
correct?
Of those lanes.
Is that okay for that verbiage? To say that?
I'd have to hear it read out, Commissioner Durkin.
Okay, I'll read it out. I move that the City of Rolling Meadows Planning and Zoning recommend that the City Council approve the comprehensive land use amendment as set forth in the draft ordinance, including the transportation recommendation to delay the parking and consider other options.
I would just be clear to move ahead with reducing the road to 3 lanes, but to look at other options for instead of parallel parking.
Okay, to consider reducing the roadway to 3 lanes and look at other options for parking.
Do you guys really want this? I mean, to me, it's like, let's just do it all or nothing.
Well, the question comes into is that, yeah, you do it all or nothing, but there is no turning back. Once you make that change, you're kind of stuck. And then 3 years from now, when the traffic is unbearable, we're going to be changing everything because the study was wrong. And we're talking about $500,000 here, now another $500,000. I've got there's plenty of roads in the city that can be updated for $500,000.
I happen to agree with some of the parking considerations that people brought forth.
In terms of it may not be needed, and then the safety aspect.
And I'd say the
Right?
same.
Is
I'd
that
be
the
supportive of a
concern?
bike lane, like I
Yeah.
think that's reasonable,
Yeah.
but just the parking, I'm not sold on.
Or
You
maybe,
need a bike study then.
Well, but
The study, I think the study is reasonable as stated.
Here's the question: is how much of the other parts of the plan are contingent on the parking? If the rest of the plan is contingent on the parking, then the city's going to push forth with the parking because they need it for the rest of the plan. So the question really is, how much does the rest of the plan work on the parking? If there's no parking there, does the rest of the plan fall apart?
I don't think so.
Hold
And you
up.
could also do,
No, it makes it
No,
better.
they want the parking up there so you get the businesses up to the edge of the street. The question is, if there's no
Well-
parking on the edge of the street, does the businesses come to the end because there's no parking available for them to be there? So the question is, does the rest of the plan support itself without the parking?
Sure. So,
Then-
before getting into the motion, to your point, yes, I think this is a lot more difficult plan without the transportation section. I think some of that difficulty comes from the loss of on-street parking.
So the rest of the plan needs the on-street parking to be able to be supportive.
It's a lot harder without it.
So
What part is harder? Sorry, maybe I need to understand.
If we're, if the zoning is telling people to build up to the street,
Sure.
build less parking, I mean, of course, we need to provide a
parking.
public supply of parking for people not to feel like they have to provide a private supply of parking. I mean, that's just the catch-22. Now, if we are, and you'll forgive me, Commissioner, I was distracted a bit because I'm trying to quickly find options for you with our traffic engineer. But if the concept is just, we understand the need to reduce the 3 lanes, let's do it. We just don't want parallel parking unless we really need it. I mean, in the short term, I think we would try to find an answer that gives us that supply of parallel parking for these two sites that will redevelop, and, you know, figure out the rest of the road when the time comes. If we can find a practical way to do that. The first time around, we didn't. We've got about 3 sketches here in the last 20 minutes. We may be able to find something, you know, we may not. Again, this is pretty unorthodox, but if that's the sense of the commission, you can make that recommendation and work it out.
I'd be comfortable if they explored another option.
I would
but
say
if not,
exclude
then-
the parking.
Well, I think,
I mean, exclude
Yeah.
the parking, because otherwise exploring just means that, you know, I can
You're not
explore
gonna
it, I'm
vote
still
for it
gonna do
anyway.
it. What's that?
you were gonna vote no.
I would vote for it if we said no parking on there. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I'm not ready to do that. I think it's more of a soft, have the city consider other options, including but not limited to, either delaying or other options entirely, or just going baby steps with just the bare minimum parallel parking to begin on the critical areas.
I'd be comfortable with
Do
that.
you think that?
Yeah.
I think you're gonna end up with people trying parallel parking, you're gonna have accidents all over the place on a busy street.
I think we're gonna be okay.
Sorry to make this more interesting.
Sorry, we're bouncing around about 4 different conversations over here behind the staff desk. So, you know, Manager Sabo did point out to me correctly that, you know, there's still, I mean, a big part of the clarity we need, right, is just 5 to 3. And it sounds like, separate from the parking issue, there's 5, potentially even 6 commissioners that are of that mindset. As we get into actually engineering this thing, there's phase 1, which is looking at alternatives. We've done a lot of that already, but there's phase 1. There's phase 2, which is actually drawing it out to construction ready, and then phase 3 is building the thing. You know, when we do the engineering work, award phase 1, we can look at this in phase 1. There'll be some more public engagement for folks to figure out the really specific things, like how do I get out of my driveway, where does this parking space align, and so on. That would give us some more time to dig into what are some real options here.
So if that is the case, would we still want to put that in the motion, or can we just leave that straight up as is written to approve the whole thing? I mean, is the kind of implementation and the nuance there, is that just a given?
It can be,
Or-
but you can be explicit. I mean,
Okay.
I think Commissioner Gherkin's motion still makes sense. If you'd like to make it more specific, we can help you do that.
So if we go with the motion that I made, then you could kind of work around the parking and kind of bring it back to us when you do phase 1.
There would be a future public process
There
for
you go.
that, yeah.
Then you just leave it out and say no public parking until, you know, such date, and you bring it back to us at that point. If what I'm reading you correctly, is you leave the public parking out of it, and then when you get further along and they'll have a good proposal for that, we can relook at the parking.
So how many residents came up and said they don't want the road shrunk and they don't want parking on Kirchhoff Road?
I think the problem is the parking.
Almost all
Everybody's
of them.
having problems with
So
heartburn
now
on that.
we're gonna, why do we have everyone?
How many people live in Rolling Meadows?
Yeah, this is not.
Like 5,000.
And you
How many
had- and
people
you
are
had
here
one-
tonight?
And you had one business manager come up,
42.
which I agree with. People are driving by, they're not looking. They're doing 35, 45 miles an hour. They're not looking at our businesses. You slow them down, they are gonna look.
They're not gonna look either way.
Oh, yes, I do all the time.
Yeah, but your normal guy.
You're gonna get rear-ended if you do that.
Yeah, disagree.
Well, yeah, now.
Okay, order. So here, these are all great points. Again, these are judgment calls. Reasonable people can differ. We're just trying to do the right thing or move forward. And this is a difficult one. We're trying to take into account public's comments as we understand them to be, and yet still give the city something to work with.
Well,
And
you
so
know what-
this is kind of what we came up with. At least I think we did, but.
I tell you what, the city council are all voted members. They're elected by the people. Let them make that call. You know what I mean? If they want to override us, let them make that call. But then
And they will.
they'll have to stand in front of the people at that point and say, hey, I voted for it, you know, and they'll have to deal with the consequences, good or bad. But I would say at this point, I think you're gonna get more votes if you just leave the parking out of it and say, we'll reconsider the parking at a later date.
I would support that, and I also support what you said about allowing our leaders to make those decisions, because that's why we have our leaders. So if we leave the parking out until a later date, I would support that. I would also be willing to support to leave the parking in and have them look at other alternatives. So I would support either one of those. I would be okay with either.
I'd support the latter.
Yeah, I think some directive to consider other alternatives and or, a phased-in implementation of the parking. I think that would be appropriate and give you guys enough direction yet flexibility.
Certainly.
Does that make sense?
I think it does, and we'll certainly convey, in addition to the motion, we'll convey the substance of what you guys discussed.
Okay. Did you get that, Glenn?
Oh, I'm just gonna go back and redo the recommendation that he said was okay. To
Okay.
delay the parking and consider other options.
Delay meaning, right, or phase it in. Which I guess that is at a delay.
Will
but
that
it's
delay other?
It's all in the
Delays.
interpretation.
Right, is that okay?
A delay, a phase in, or other options.
To reduce the road to 3 and to delay parking and consider other options. Is that okay?
I think that makes sense to us if that's
Okay,
your desire.
then I'll go ahead and do it. I move that the city and Rolling Meadows Plannings and Rolling Meadows Commission zoning recommend that the city council approve the comprehensive plan use amendment as set forth in the draft ordinance, including the transportation recommendation with the caveat or with the consideration to delay parking and consider other options.
Motion, is that okay, Glenn? That made sense?
But Glenn said a consensus, I suppose.
Yeah.
And
the Glenn's
to
are-
make the road 3 lanes.
Okay, as long as you got the substance. Okay, motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Commissioner Furstein. Staff, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner Burchett.
No.
Commissioner Furstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Gherkin.
Yes.
Commissioner Leone.
No.
Commissioner Modi.
Yes.
Commissioner Roos.
Yes.
Chair Buckingham.
Yes. With 5 yeses and 2 nos, the motion for recommendation to approve the study with those modifications so stated is approved, and that recommendation will be forwarded to City Council for a hearing at their next meeting, September 9th. Feel free to attend that one. This will be heard then. Thank you. Thanks for everyone's input. Meeting is already closed. Well,
Gonna adjourn.
they're mad.
Mr.
We
Chairman,
gotta do
you should take a, we can skip the
The
staff
meeting-
report, but you should take the motion to adjourn.
Okay, you don't need to. Okay.
No, we can do that by email.
All right, fair enough. Can I have a motion to close the hearing,
I'll make a motion to close the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting as of September 2nd, 2025.
a motion, quiet please, motion by Commissioner Gherkin. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Seconded by Commissioner Roos. Yes, welcome. All in favor, please state yes.
Yes.
Yes. All opposed, please state no. 7 yeses, 0 nos. Tonight's meeting is now adjourned. See you at the next meeting.
What are we gonna do to get out to go where? To walk across?
Now it is.